Hello and welcome to the second day of the New Paradigm in Cosmology Symposium. My name is Dr. Georgi Sabo and I serve at the Laszlo Institute of New Paradigm Research. I hope that you enjoyed the presentations yesterday. We heard about existence, spirituality, love, cosmology, science, paradigm shift, sociology. And today we have a great line of presentations. After the presentations, we have a panel discussion followed by a breakout room. Thank you very much for your participation. Thank you very much for joining us today. Now we're going to start with Professor Laszlo sharing his reflections with us, followed by questions and answers. So this is the time to ask any questions you may have from him, apart from the winning lottery numbers, because for whatever reason, the Akasha paradigm has not conveyed such very important information to him. Before I pass the talking stick to him, there is a special announcement today. Today is a very special day of a very special person by the name of Carita Laszlo. Carita is the dear wife of Erwin Laszlo and the dear mom to Alexander and Christopher Laszlo. So on behalf of the Institute, let me wish you a wonderful birthday, dear Carita. May your life be filled with full health, lots of love, lots of joy and smile, and all beyond. So let's wave to Carita.
Thank you so much, everybody.
So wonderful to see you, Carita. Have a wonderful day. We love you very much. Thank you. So please start to put your questions in the chat box. After Erwin finished his reflection, I will monitor the chat box and try to get him answer all the questions as possible, but due to time constraints, we don't have a huge amount of time. After Erwin finished, we will hear a wonderful invocations from James Odea, and followed by presentations of Amit Goswami and so forth. So over to you, dear Erwin.
Okay, Georgie, thank you very much. And thanks all of you colleagues and to joining this little private celebration, which now becomes a public celebration as well. I think Carita and I, we both appreciate it very much. From yesterday, I think some of the questions that were loose questions that were hanging over, I think may have occurred to other people, certainly occurred to me. One is the question about science and spirituality. We are here in search of a new paradigm, a better paradigm, a more true paradigm to reality. And the question is, do we turn to science and do we turn to spirituality? My answer is very simple, we turn to both. And why? Because I recall a wonderful saying of Einstein, it's not sufficiently quoted, I keep quoting it, but others should be too. It says, in science, we seek the simplest possible scheme of thought that will tie together the observed facts. That merits being recalled. Seek the simplest possible scheme of thought that will tie together the observed facts. Now, the observed facts are not just sensory facts, but we observe. In fact, we know that what our five senses convey is only a very small segment of the information that could reach us, that reaches our heart, our brain, or body. And even within that, we only are aware of a very tiny segment of it. You know, if we are to get as close to truth, to reality as possible, then we have to have as many observed facts to tie together as we possibly can. Now, science ties together more than everyday experience, because it goes beyond what the senses can perceive, beyond what we can even imagine in terms of our everyday experience. But spirituality can tie together even more facts, bring together even more facts, observed facts, because we sense through engaging in spirituality, engaging in altered states of consciousness, in non-ordinary states, and accessing data that would not be available otherwise, we get more facts to deal with. And some of these facts, probably maybe all of these facts, would be relevant to understanding what this world is and who are we in this world? In other words, constructing a more complete, integral new paradigm. So I say, look for all the facts that you possibly can, be open to all the observations, and try to seek to tie them together in a consistent, coherent way. Is that arbitrary? I don't think so, because this universe is coherent. It's more coherent than might appear on the surface. And I think if we find something more coherent in this universe among the observed facts, I think it's likely to reflect reality much more than randomness and pure causality or casuality. Another question that came up, and I will be then through very soon, was, is this universe better conceived as material or spiritual or ideal? Aristotle or Plato? I remember Deepak Chopra raising this question. I started out being an Aristotelian, turned into Platonics. I'll tell you why. Why I think now that Plato was really on the right track. Because the way to tie together the observed facts of this universe calls for assuming that there is more to this universe, much more, than on the level of observation. Some of the facts that we need to tie together are non-observable, are beyond the pale of actual observation, even enlarged spiritual observation. And nowadays we know, for example, the so-called implicate order, or the Akashic field, or any of these things that, however we call them, the united quantum field, the grand unified field, all of these are phenomena that are not available to direct observation. We observe the effects, the results, the reflections, the manifestations, the projections, if you like. We don't observe the facts themselves. Plato talked about this. Plato and the Hindu seers before him, of course, talked about another dimension. Some of them called it the Akashic dimension. Plato called it the dimension of the soul, the form, the ideas, even of love, which is there. I think this is probably the simplest way, more coherent way to explain what we perceive, what we actually can perceive, to assume that there is an entire dimension that we cannot perceive. Not arbitrary, because we want to use the simplest possible scheme for that entire dimension. Whatever, however we call it, it's a non-observable, pre-realistic, pre-universe dimension. It's the dimension of love, of oneness, of evolution. The laws of nature are in that dimension. Our connection to each other is in that dimension. And what we see are the effects of this as they play out in space and time. Because space-time is not in that dimension. Space-time is in the manifest universe. This deeper dimension is beyond space and time. That's the simplest way to explain things. Now, if we do that, how do we see what appears to us? Do we see it as material, as ideal, or both, or what? I think we are increasingly seeing it, but forgive me if you think this is just my prejudice. Increasingly we see it as ideal. James Jeans was right 100 years ago. He said the universe is more like a great thought than like a great rock. It appears that the things that we come to recognize through the quantum dimension, through the quantum research, are more ideal-like than matter-like, ideal-like than matter-like. And I accept that. It could be that the cosmos itself is not a material entity. The cosmos itself is a giant consciousness, it's a mega consciousness, a cosmic consciousness. These are ultimate considerations, ultimate speculations, if you like. But it just throws light on the question, is the universe material or spiritual or ideal-like? I think it's more ideal-like than material. In fact, I very much question whether anything like matter, like pure matter, is given on the level of observation. I think Max Planck questioned it as well, and many great scientists nowadays do that. These are just my reflections. We live in a fascinating universe We are exploring it in this seminar, various aspects, facets of it. We can consider it. We are open to considering whatever you come up with. We want to compare these various cosmologies, cosmological ideas and visions, and try to come up with the simplest, most logical scheme of thought that can indeed tie together what we observe, what we can observe, and even what we cannot observe, but have good reason to believe exist. Just this much as a preface to the further considerations for later on for digestion. Thank you very much for being here, for taking part in the second day. And thank you, Georgie.
Thank you so much, but just for a second. Thank you very much for sharing your wisdom with us. Now, first of all, happy birthday to Jasmine Johnson. It is her birthday too, so double celebration today. The first question to you, Erwin, from Gerard Artson from Amsterdam. Shouldn't a new paradigm of cosmology help us understand the urgency of expressing our original oneness by living in right relation with our fellow beings and the planet?
Absolutely. We have to live together in harmony, in coherence. Nature is coherent. The only species, living species on this part of the universe, on this planet, is the human species that is ignoring the coherence. The others don't necessarily recognize it consciously or rationally, but intuitively. We are all coherent when we are natural, when we live up to our real nature. So absolutely, I would say yes, we have to live as much in coherence with each other as we possibly can, because that's the mass, that critical mass that can spread. If we become one with others, I think others will become one with each other and with us as well.
Thank you, Erwin. Next question is from Professor Paul de Vierville. I'm sorry if I'm not pronouncing your name correctly. What is the impact and relationship of the ET, UFO, UAP, and other than human intelligences on Earth's humanity?
I think to assume that we are the only intelligence in the universe is an incredible sophistry. There must be others. And I think we're increasingly getting signs that there are others, that they're even being visited by other intelligences. Certainly there are other intelligences. And if we seek coherence among others, among ourselves, we need to think about extending that coherence, that oneness to other intelligent species, if and as they will manifest themselves to us. But certainly I believe that the larger community of life in this universe is way beyond the planet, way beyond the solar system. And I think we are getting some indications. Let's be open to them.
Thank you. So the next one is from Glenn Strait. What is the place of personal gender identity in the mind and consciousness?
Personal identity, extremely important. The problems of our time stem very largely from a narrow personal identity. We are we, the others are others. Other species are not our species, and therefore we are only responsible for who we are or what we are. And it is a tremendous mistake. It's a fault in our thinking. Our identity has to be expanded. We have to embrace in our knowledge of who we are, in a recognition of who we are. All human beings, and even all forms of life. We are all part of this sphere of life. And our identity is the same as that. There are no others, no foreigners. I am who I am because you are what you are. And that goes for my dog, that goes for chimpanzees, and that goes for all forms of life, even trees and plants.
Wonderful, thank you. Now here is a great question for you from Suzanne Taylor. If you run the world, what's the first big thing you would do?
If I am what?
If you run the world, if you would run the world, if you would be the head of the world, the leader of the world.
Yes. Pray, I suppose. Seek guidance, see my oneness with others around me. I cannot run it as one. We can run it together, but we have to join together to govern ourselves We must have self-governance on this world, not running it from above or from any one quarter. We must together run the world. And I would seek others so that we can all wake up together and run ourselves for our own benefit and for the benefit of all life.
Thank you. Just one more question. Some of the questions, actually, the answers you can find in many of Irving's books, but maybe here is the last one. What is the relation of the cosmic mind to the Akashic field and your theory of cosmology?
I don't think there's a separate cosmic mind. The Akashic field is a kind of a cosmic mind. It's perhaps the cosmic mind. I can't say that there would be something like a mind and the field in the field. The field itself is the mind, is the consciousness, is what encompasses all things. I am much more holistic than being able to accept that there's a relationship between two things. There is only one thing, and all things are properties of that one thing. So the Akashic field is a consciousness. We can enter into it, we can communicate with it, we find our own self in it, our identity in it, but we can't say that the Akashic field has a property which we call consciousness. Consciousness is it. Consciousness is. Schrödinger said that consciousness is one, there is no other thing than consciousness. In that sense, I would accept that, yes, consciousness is, not has, not is being possessed, not is harbored. Consciousness is, and we are part of that is.
Thank you so much for sharing your wisdom and knowledge with us.
Thank you for all the people who are asking questions and following the symposium. These are the kind of questions we should look into. We should follow up without dogmatism, openly, because they are important, I think, for ourselves and for our future.
Thank you so much, Irving. Now I would like to pass the talking stick to James O'Day for his invocation.
So wonderful to be with you all. And this invocation will be available on my website with other invocations in a few weeks. Cradle of divine light. A journey of 10,000 years can be concentrated in one moment of dream time. Yet we draw out the on-ramps and off-ramps of historical time as so many incarnate struggles, so many tragic comic quests through birth and death, pursuing the perfect time to find ourselves as we feverishly roll the dice of this time, last time, next time, until the labyrinth of time's entrances and exits becomes so familiar. We drop our jaded minds and find the path to our true beginning in the eternal moment we call the present. Why do we lose ourselves to find ourselves? Why do we forget ourselves to remember ourselves? Why must we drink time's seductive potions that so confuse the soul? Because only time can throw us down the empty well of pure illusion until we ourselves become a sacred spring of timeless being, self-engendered out of immortal truth, self-engendered out of immortal truth, not confected in some fantasy of fame and fortune. The answer is a presence sourcing every intricate dimension of consciousness, every subtle plane of cosmos. The answer comes in light, emanating from light, light suffused with rose petal essence, breathing its mystical fire into the heart of every baby ever born, every being seeded with original light. The answer sung in every tongue by the radiant angelic presences. The answer made luminous by the ascension of souls awakening to divinity. The answer cradled within you, cradled within you before the beginning of time. The answer heard only when the wings of the heart rise up to the pure lucidity of your highest mind. Now and forever, give birth to yourself. Give birth to yourself from the one soul of all.
Thank you, James. Very, very touching, wonderful way to invocate our gathering today. Thank you. And thank you, Irvin, for your introductory remarks. Sets us on the course for the remainder of the symposium. So yesterday, we touched upon and heard from several cosmologists. We heard about how cosmology has played its role in culture, what brings about new cosmologies. Today, we're going to hear also from another new cosmologist, as well as hearing about past cosmologies and cosmologies from other cultures, both Chinese and Western. And then we're going to hear about the new paradigm cosmology and its effect upon our current culture. We'll have a breakout room, as we did yesterday, where you can share your ideas and your impressions from the conference today. And finally, we're going to have a panel discussion with the different presenters, and we'll be having various questions posed to them, and you can also ask questions as well. With that, I will introduce our next presenter, Amit Goswami. Amit was a professor, researcher, best-selling author, quantum science pioneer, and spiritual practitioner. Still doing all those. Dr. Goswami, PhD, is a retired professor from the physics department of the University of Oregon from 1968 to 1997. He is a renowned pioneer of the new paradigm of quantum science based upon the primacy of consciousness. Goswami has written several groundbreaking popular books based on research on quantum science and consciousness, among them The Self-Aware Universe, The Quantum Brain and Quantum Spirituality, along with Valentino Onsinor, and The Quantum Doctor, Physics of the Soul, Quantum Creativity, and the Everything Answer book. In 2019, Amit started a movement called quantum activism, now gaining ground in North and South America, as well as Europe and India. In 2019, he and his collaborators established quantum activism at the University of Technology in Jaipur, India, and developed a master's and a PhD program in quantum science of health, prosperity, and happiness. It's an international program of transformative education. Amit was featured in the movie What the Bleep Do We Know? And the documentaries, The Dalai Lama Renaissance and the quantum activist. Amit is a spiritual practitioner and calls himself a quantum activist in search of wholeness. So Amit is going to speak today on quantum integration of science and spirituality. And with that, I turn it over to you, Amit. Welcome.
Thank you, Richard. Hello, everyone. It is my pleasure to talk in this company of very highly erudite experts. I want to make a case for quantum physics, of course. The illustrious Dalai Lama has said no model of reality is possible without taking account of quantum physics, and there got to be a reason for making such a grandiose declaration. What are these reasons? Few facts about quantum physics that everyone should know. After all, quantum physics is the latest paradigm in physics. If you consider the materialist paradigm, it is the final physics. There is no question in anybody's mind that quantum physics is the final physics for the material world. Now, of course, the question is, does quantum physics apply to the mental, to consciousness? And this question has been fundamentally easy to answer from quantum physics, but one has to go slightly outside of quantum physics, and this is quantum measurement problem. But again, look at what quantum physics is saying. This is the first thing that you have to know, which is that objects are not concrete objects. Objects start as ideas, waves of possibility for consciousness to choose from. How do we know that it is consciousness that chooses? Very simple. Alan Aspect via experiment showed, as Einstein, Podolsky, and Rosen predicted a long time ago, there is a special relationship in correlated quantum objects. How do you correlate to quantum objects? Let them interact, come close and interact. When correlated quantum objects interact, they become one. They don't need any signals to communicate anymore. This phenomenon is called non-locality. What Aspect did with his team is to verify that such communication without signals really happens between quantum objects if they are correlated. No doubt can be raised about this data. And this data also, surprisingly to some people, has been confirmed between correlated human beings. But I'll come to that later. Okay, what is the second fact? Second fact is that the quantum physics shows us, again, without any doubt, that the world of objects, world of any definition, remain in potentiality. Because this unity that we just proved, it is also for the potential domain of potentiality, where the possibility waves reside. And this is the way the world is, the world of possibility, domain of potentiality. Until an observation is made. This is where quantum measurement theory comes in. Until an observer comes in the picture. The observer effect is part and parcel of what quantum physics says. Without an observer's experience, there is no manifest world. So cosmology, we cannot even talk about cosmology without bringing consciousness in it, because we have to experience it. Of course, people immediately wonder, okay, cosmos, Big Bang, all that happens 13.7 billion years ago. And how is that possible? There could not have been any conscious people around at that time. But this is one of the surprises of quantum physics. There is a phenomenon called delayed choice. We can choose later, but things that happened before did not really happen. They were on a limbo of potentiality, and they collapsed going backward in time. That's how the universe came about. So these basic questions of cosmology, quantum physics addresses very easily. It's not a problem. The point is that the world happens in our experience, in the observer's experience. Otherwise, the world is just potentiality. And in that potentiality, it's easy to theorize that we not only have material possibilities for consciousness to choose from, but also possibilities for all our experience, namely vital feeling, meaning, thinking, intuiting archetypes and human values, not just sensing of material objects. So 4 types of experiences happen because there are 4 different worlds of potentiality within consciousness, which is the ground of all being. When we collapse, consciousness manifests with a self-identity in the brain because of brain's special property, which we call tangled hierarchy. But that's detail. We have all these experiences. What takes us towards experiencing the cosmos in a way that we can call it, we are cosmic beings. Because one of the problems of, one of the reasons that materialist science has made such inroads is that it has opened us to the cosmos in a way that we could not have done without these material instruments. We can look at the observable universe and at least look at them. Can we consciously participate in this visible universe? Can we? This is the question of cosmology that eventually quantum science can answer, and already some answers are emerging. So I'll take you to there, but let me develop a little further. We evolve. We evolved from very primitive beginnings, and these primitive beginnings were not fully reconciled with the purpose of the universe, namely take us to meaningful exploration of the cosmos. We are so busy surviving that much distortion happened in the way that reality was initially manifested. But with human beings, eventually we corrected much of that. We had finally a meaning processor in the game who could give meaning to what is happening around us in the world. So cosmology for the first time could be conceived by a living being. It began with a single cell, but that characteristic of making a worldview beyond our experiences, what is the meaning of our experiences, was unclear, completely unclear. In fact, distorted until the human being appeared in the picture. But the human being also initially were only looking at the physical world, giving meaning to the physical world, missing the boat. And then it started giving meaning to vital energies of feelings. And then it started giving meaning to meaning itself, rational mind. And this is the era that we are still on. What is next? Next is the crucial thing. It starts giving meaning to our archetypal experiences that we intuit. It is not a common experience right now, and especially following up the archetypal intuition into a search for reality, which requires creativity, is done only by a few people. For example, the assembly of speakers here. But outside of that, people are interested, but they don't know how. But now we have the dynamics of creativity sorted out in quantum science of experiences. So perhaps everybody can join the creative adventure. What happens when you join the creative adventure? Initially, our attention is all taken up by the outside because we can see a lot that we can understand conceptually, although we cannot participate in it, we cannot see how we can participate. For example, how we can communicate even with an extraterrestrial being. Physics does not allow such communication. We cannot build rocket ships to go out there. We have to somehow find a consciousness connection. But this consciousness connection that I call non-locality is, however, signal-less, and there is no space limit for it. We can communicate via it anywhere, a person anywhere in the universe, except of course the clutch is, how do I correlate with this person? Is there a way where such correlation can happen? Now here, when we correlate human beings and find that they too can do non-local communication, the mystery of correlation is making intention. That's it. You intend to be correlated and you are correlated. It's an amazing thing. Of course, you make sure that the intention goes on by meditating on the intention, because ordinarily intention is momentary, correlation is momentary, and as soon as you have collapsed your consciousness again to look at something or think something, that correlation is broken. So during the experiment, the trick is for people not only to intend, but meditate on the intention so that they hold the intention the entire time. And if they do, then it turns out that brain waves transfer from one brain to the other, proving beyond any reasonable doubt that consciousness, conscious communication is also non-local. In this way, we now have very definite data that non-locality applies to human beings, quantum science applies to human beings, as well as to the material world. What is the mystery of material world, the macroscopic plane, where Newtonian laws should hold, at least approximately? That mystery is solved by realizing that we have subtle bodies, this mental, vital body of feelings, mental body of meanings, archetypal, the intuitive body of archetypes. These bodies are quantum bodies. We only can explore them internally, experience them internally. That's a surefire quantum science. This quantum body connects consciousness with the macro world, which is decoherent, but the decoherence is not the case when our brain measures the mind or measures the vital energies. It becomes a measurement apparatus, and measurement apparatus is one exception where the decoherence goes away. It's a quantum measurement apparatus become induced way, in an induction way, a quantum object momentarily for the purpose of measurement. In the same way, brain or our organs in the heart chakra or organs in the navel chakra, they all can become instruments of quantum measurement, and in this way, they get self-reference. They also acquire a self. And when we combine the self into a holistic existence, combine the brain, the heart, the navel chakra, which gives us basic survival motif. When we combine all this, heart, of course, is for love, and the brain is for thinking, eventually for intuitive thinking. When we integrate all this, we develop an intelligence which can be called supramental intelligence, a term borrowed from Sri Aurobindo. Now, what happens then? Then we are moving beyond this era of mental. We are moving this beyond this era of mental is a fantastic future that is ahead of us. We are not there yet, but we will be. When we are there, what happens? How to get there? That is a challenge. And we cannot, of course, predict when and how that will happen. But this much we can predict. That's how science works. That since we have all three other phases completed, we will have an intuitive phase in the future. So what happens in that intuitive phase? And this is where the big possibility opens up that we can call human being graduating to be a cosmic being. In other words, the cosmology that physicists and cosmologists study, that cosmology that we only can see from far but cannot participate in, becomes really participatory. But how? Non-locality is a concept. How do we use it with a being in an outer planet? This is the big question. Now you have to go back to the vital era of human development. So what happened in that era? Many feminist anthropologists, they call this era the era of golden age, because there were amazing equality of men and women in that era. There were amazing connectivity among human beings in that era, so much connectivity that we developed this collective unconscious that is proven now beyond any reasonable doubt. It's a Jungian concept. We don't not only have personal unconscious of personal memories, but we also have a collective unconscious of collective memories of humanity. But how did that happen? Humanity lived in tribes, small tribes, between which there were very little communication. So how did that happen? That very little communication was enough because that produced intention. Very little communication is all it takes, because that produces an intention to share, and that is enough because all the people of the community is already one. People of another community is already one. All we need is a little bit of production of intention. Now, in the case of the human beings, this intention production has a mechanism. This mechanism is called reincarnation. Now, reincarnation is a very strange phenomenon for the Westerners, especially to believe, but the data is now enormously in support, and there is a theory given by quantum science which completely has been verified by the data. And the theory makes sense, makes common sense. That's an amazing thing. Our memory has two components. One component is what we memorize, facts, and the other component is we learn to use it, our ability to use it. That's called learning. I'm a learned person because I can use my learning to achieve goals that without the learning I could not achieve. This learning ability is not stored in our brain. It is stored as non-local memory in the domain of potentiality. That, in principle, is shareable, again by intention. So in this way, what I'm saying is that people, because they reincarnate, and if they reincarnate with suitable motivations and generalization that becomes possible when you open that far, we have already come this far. This is a lot to talk about in this conference, the way that you are talking about, than a conference 30 years ago, which I attended plenty of. Conferences of cosmology where only physics, astronomy, cosmology, these things were discussed as if there is nothing but the physical universe. And today we are talking about consciousness of the physical universe. Of course, the physical universe is conscious to us. That is beyond any reasonable doubt. Quantum physics has proven that. I've already shared that information with you. But now we come to the realization that once we become intuitive, we can become connected again. Not connected with everybody else in humanity, which of course are difficult to even conceive, given the state of the mind of most human beings today. 85% live in a very base level human condition full of negative emotions, racism, sexism, and all that stuff. I don't dare to conceive how that can be changed anytime soon. But I do dare to conceive that a fraction of that, maybe as large as 10%, is already tuned to the cosmic tune, cosmic purpose of communicating, becoming a cosmic citizen, communicating with extraterrestrials. And then how do you do it? That's the question. As I said, when the intuitive mind, selectively, of course, because only a portion of humanity right now are ready to connect. And if we connect, then we become not only connected with us, but connected with a dedicated number of people throughout the universe. There is no limit of how far we can go. Signalless communication can connect us all instantly with just that intention and that ability that we have gained. We now are easily connected to consciousness and connected to each other. That's the entrance requirement to this cosmic club. Our collective unconscious, humanity's collective unconscious, is a subset of a much bigger unconscious of the universe, the whole universe. Of course, it is built in subsets. So there probably is a subset of galactic consciousness, subset of nearby galaxies and all that. A subset of planets close to the Earth, this portion of the galaxy and all that. So you have to go through all that. But humanity has plenty of time, even on this planet, to achieve that. And then what? Then there is a problem that exists in the theory of creativity that I have developed some time ago on the basis of quantum science. By the way, quantum science gives explanation to all our experiences, including creativity, the crucial thing in our exploration of this cosmic connection. What I found that there is a creativity which deals with situational problems, and those are easily solved, especially when we liberate ourselves from our personal unconscious and find access to the collective unconscious. But then what? how do you access beyond the collective unconscious? This is a problem that is very difficult to solve. One way of solving it is, of course, is to say that, well, somehow a quantum leap happens anyway, because it is a fact that it does happen. We do get insights, completely new something, new context, new archetypal context. We do get those insights, fundamental creativity. But still, it's not entirely satisfactory because the probabilities are very low. And even if you consider that a creative person really has to be very dogged in his search, I have been and you have been, we know how hard it is to come across a creative insight. It takes years and years of investigation sometimes. Even when you know the process, as we know now. But then maybe there is an easy answer. This is where I will go into speculation. Rest of what I have said is all verified science. The speculation is that maybe, and this was a speculation that started with Sri Aurobindo, the great spiritual seer as well as a scientist. He postulated that it buys you, this supramental intelligence buys you membership of a greater unconscious. Not in these words, I'm using my own words, but he implied. So let's take that idea seriously. If we can then become members of this cosmic unconscious, and therefore that's where fundamental creativity comes from. Of course, for Einstein, it's just an idea that he is getting. He is not trying to transform himself to an intuitive being. For us, the challenge is even greater because we not only want to get the idea, but we also want to live the idea. That's the whole idea. Living it, I become a cosmic citizen by connecting to the cosmic club, connecting to the collective unconscious, connecting to this great membership of extraterrestrial beings who are similarly in their intuitive mind. This is speculation, to be sure, but speculation based on very solid foundation. We know unconscious, we have known it since Freud. We know collective unconscious, we have known it since Jung. And then I have proposed quantum unconscious for entirely new potentiality. And of course, the question is how to access it. Quantum unconscious, if it has a cosmic unconscious in the way that I'm proposing, then it gives us access through fundamental creativity. And this access is the basic access that is in our capacity to build. The entire requirement is to develop supramental intelligence. Now again, spiritual traditions, you know, they gave us the cosmology, the basic ontology of the cosmology. Consciousness is the ground of all beings, which is now being accepted by everyone contributing to this conference. That is my understanding. Okay, but they were not perfect. They made mistakes. Their mistake was they thought the rest of the world, manifest world, is illusion. If you take away that dogma and combine science, integrate science and spirituality, this is why my talk is about integration of science and spirituality. We need that integration. Integration means that no, the manifest world has to be taken seriously. This is the purpose. Otherwise, what's the purpose of a world in potentiality? That has never happened in anybody's experience. So if the purpose is manifest all the aspects of consciousness, namely these archetypes, which are aspects of consciousness, and then define the not the nihilistic aspect of the archetypes, but the positive aspect of the archetype. Oneness can be thought of as oneness as everything. Oneness can also thought of as wholeness of the consciousness that you experience things with, without any conflict, wholeness. So if we approach wholeness and transform accordingly, that then becomes the vehicle for integrating science and spirituality in such a way that we become cosmic citizens at the level when we develop the supramental intelligence, including the archetype of wholeness. And that is the entrance requirement for joining this cosmic club. Okay, thank you so much.
Thank you, Amit. Very inspiring. Thank you. First of all, I'd like to say that Amit has joined us from India. We really appreciate it. It's quite late there. So here's a question from Chris Hudson. There are many who doubt the relevance of quantum processes, such as entanglement and superposition, on the macro level or the classical level, specifically for consciousness. So what do you consider to be the most compelling evidence for such applications, particularly to understanding consciousness? I guess he's asking if quantum mechanics, if consciousness happens on a classical level, how can quantum processes explain it?
Well, consciousness is the collapser of quantum possibilities into actual events. And therefore, without consciousness, there would be no manifest reality, right? So manifest reality all is consciousness, except that, of course, we participate in it because we have to be the observer. Only in the presence of an observer does the collapse happen. So the observer and consciousness become the same consciousness. The consciousness manifests in the observer's brain through this mechanism of tangle hierarchy in the brain. If you take this into account, it's explained in all my books, including the very first book, Self-Aware Universe. Please read, and all confusion about how quantum physics can apply to the world disappears. Thank you.
All right, thank you. And a second question here is from C.D. Clayton. He says he used the term consciousness to choose from. And does the evolutionary tendency towards wholeness, completeness, and oneness have a cognitive aspect of choosing also? In other words, there's consciousness, but there's also a tendency towards completeness and wholeness.
Yes, consciousness, this is conveyed by the notion of purpose. Consciousness chooses with the purpose of creating wholeness, purpose of creating more coherence, purpose of creating a participation among all the citizens of the universe. Yes, if conscious purpose was not geared in that way, we would not have our cognitive abilities would not be geared in that way either. Thank you. That's a great question.
All right, good. Another question is, would you speak more about the distinction between oneness, can be thought of oneness with everything? Oneness can also be thought as wholeness of consciousness that you're experiencing without separation between yourself and others.
Oneness is an idea that also proclaims that one without a second. There is none other than oneness. And this is important to understand. This is why that concept of illusory reality got created, because if oneness is everything and always is inseparable, then whatever causes a separateness must be illusory, a perception, not real. Okay, that is true, but the perception is persistent, and therefore the argument of science is that a persistent perception is certainly not illusory. It's an epiphenomenon of the oneness. So what do we do with the epiphenomenal world then? Well, it is purposive, because evolution also shows that there is a one-way arrow in biological evolution. Evolution is geared, is directed from very simple creatures to complex creatures like us. Simplicity to complexity. This is against entropy. It's a one-way arrow of time. Where does that come from? It comes from the purposive movement of consciousness. But of course, ordinarily, conscious movement of purposiveness is expressing itself in a probabilistic way. And this is the problem. We have to work within that probabilistic way to find our way to purposiveness. And consciousness has been trying to do that in a very random way. And this is why all these problems happen in the past. That is reflected in the struggle for existence, competitiveness, and all that. But once we wake up from that, once we achieve wholeness, which is also an integration of negative emotions with positive emotions, the wholeness of archetypal dichotomies like good and evil. When we have achieved that, no conflicts, then we can always choose with purpose those things that we create. The conditioned world can still go on, and that will keep the probability happy. We cannot violate the rules of probability. That's also quantum physics. But within that, there is a lot of leeway for free will, for freedom to choose reality, freedom to choose purpose. And that freedom is the freedom we take advantage of, those of us who find our way to wholeness, supramental intelligence.
Very good. Okay, I think there's time for one more question. If the universe is conscious through non-local communication, couldn't it collapse on its own wave function? In other words, could the universe be its own observer?
Well, yes, it is always the universe observing itself in some sense. Of course, this cosmic consciousness is really cosmic. And therefore, ultimately, this is true. But of course, in an actual case, as soon as we become conditioned beings, we detach from consciousness. So a lot of non-connected aspects of things can happen in a probabilistic way. And this is why we get that Newtonian world, the very materialist world that we live right now. But as I said, as we become a member of the Coherence Club, I noticed Arvind also mentioned the word coherence several times. Coherence is a quantum effect. That's the quantumization of this segment of society. So in this group, there is a quantumization, there is a coherence of purpose. And then it's an uphill battle for sure against probability and entropy, but it certainly is a very winnable battle, just as life has won against the bigger battle of entropy for the non-living world. Similarly, we can call ourselves a entropy-defying intelligence, world of intelligence, which will again defy the law of entropy for living beings, because living beings are also under entropy when they become conditioned machines. And this is what we have to overcome, but we can do it. By the way, you can get all this stuff that I'm talking about. We have a quantum university, quantum activism Vishala, which we are teaching masters and PhD to people. And you have all this, we have detailed courses in every one of the subjects that I very quickly referred to. Okay.
Well, that's great. I think we put that information into the chat, so it's all there for people to see. We thank you, Amit. Thank you coming all the way from India. Thank you for giving us how we can bring in the quantum theories into a spiritual understanding. That's very helpful and inspiring. So we thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay, good night to you there. So the next speaker, Fred Chow, and he's going to speak about ancient Chinese cosmology. Fred was born in the East and educated in the West. He is the fourth generation leader of the IMC Pan-Asia Alliance Group. He became chairman in 1995 and transformed the family business from a traditional shipping company to a diverse multinational conglomerate. With more than 40 years experience as an entrepreneur, Fred has worked successfully with business partners and governments in multiple markets across diverse cultures. Not afraid to push boundaries as chairman of Intercargo, Fred repositioned the dry bulk industry from a shipper to one that plays a role within the global supply chain. Fred founded East-West Cultural Development Center in Singapore in 1995 to conduct research on sustainability and modernity. His exploration into Eastern wisdom led him to focus on Chinese esoteric traditions and Western quantum science. Both are paradigms of consciousness and evolution. He published 30 books in Chinese, concluding that we are amidst a major conscious shift and at the dawn of a new era of well-being. He advocates that business should transform and reform our era. For this, he founded Octave Institute, a comprehensive, integrated life journey approach towards well-being. In 2019, Fred co-authored the book Quantum Leadership, New Consciousness in Business with Chris Laszlo, who was a son of Irvin Laszlo, that was published by Stanford University Press. And Fred also contributed a piece to another book entitled Reconnecting to the Source in the Mirror of Chinese Culture, that was in collaboration with Irvin Laszlo. And the book that is entitled Reconnecting to the Source. So with that, we will begin now. Unfortunately, Fred is in Singapore, and time difference is exactly, I think, opposite the East Coast time. So Fred was not able to be live with us, but he has given us a video. Let's listen to Fred's talk.
The Chinese think of the cosmos in the thought of the Wuji, and they think of the universe as Tai Chi, and the evolutionary energy that comes from the Wuji to create the Tai Chi. And it follows certain rules. And as you can see that the Tai Chi is represented by a circle called the absolute, which is, and then inside the yin and yang, which is a rotating, each interdepending with the black fish with the white eye and the white fish with the black eye rotating, spinning, spiraling, each intertwined with each other, giving birth to each other, rotating like a sine curve, or spinning and evolving like a spiral in the three-dimensional world. And all is created through this energy called Qi, the material Qi. But it comes from the nature of the cosmos called De, which is virtue. The virtue is what gives us the foundation. It's our nature. So virtue is our nature, so that we can be what we are. So a dog has its dog virtue, and a cat has a cat virtue. A dog virtue, if it's in the cat cannot survive, in reverse. And human has human virtue, so that we can become human. And then the energy, which is the material energy of Tao, creates into this energetic vibration, which is also validated by quantum science. It is nothing but an appearance of solidity, appearance of reality, and not really real. The Chinese believe that. But the Chinese ground this cosmology onto really astrology and a way of life. So cosmology in China is totally intertwined with life and living. The Chinese believe that we have to live according to Tao in order for us to prosper. There's also a saying in the Tao Te Ching. It says, Tao is great. The universe is great. Earth is great. But human is also great. We're all in one corner of the four corners in creating reality, in creating life. And Chinese believe that human is the most creative and most spiritual being among all things. All things, huh? Not all living things, not all animals, it's all things. That means more than Earth, more than the universe. Now we are in the forefront of creating life itself, or in the forefront of shifting consciousness. So the Chinese believe that if we shift our consciousness, that is the ultimate. For shifting consciousness allow us to resolve and create, and therefore evolve and grow. So the Chinese, to the Chinese, cosmology of Wuji, Taiji, and Tao is very important. The Chinese refer the Wuji sometimes as Tian, heaven, And the Chinese believe in its culture a life of following the calling from heaven is the ultimate. The unification to be one with this Tian, which is this heaven, and then a calling from heaven will come to lead you how you live your life. Chinese is very rich with astrology, different way of calculating. One of it very famous is the book of I Ching, the book of change. But the book of change is more than one that calculate astrology, although that is really what it was intended for in the beginning. It has become a very core study of Confucius as the most important study, because if we were to follow and understand what the heaven is saying to us, we have to understand change, the essence of change, and change is the only constant. It is the truth of the material world. And to understand change, how change happened, is a gate of understanding on the essence of materialism. It is a gate to understand the Tao. It is the gate of communicating with heaven. So in the old days, it was created because the emperor has to consult with the heaven, so they have to go and ask and consult the energy of the heaven, what heaven is saying, and they use the I Ching. So we can see the cosmology in the Chinese sense actually ground onto how we live. It's a very practical thing. It's not a study of that, but a practical application of that into how we live. A book on agriculture, what the West may call it biodynamic farming, has long been in China. But not only a book of biodynamics, it was a book of what you should do or should not do every day. Today is good for getting married. Tomorrow, well, it's not good for going out. Day after tomorrow, wow, this is good, open up business. And they go into a different level of appropriation to do whatever activities. And this is calculated based on the position of the stars. The calendar of China is built on the position of Earth, Moon, and the Sun. Unlike the Egyptian that built the calendar based on Ceres, Earth, and the Sun. So it permeates the cosmology and astrology into daily life, into making living on every aspect of the Chinese traditional culture. And able to live according to the rhythm or the law of the universe, or Tao, or heaven, a whole ethical, philosophical system has been developed in ancient Chinese tradition. Of course, today it has been kind of put aside, but there is a revitalization of that in this new administration to come into revitalization of this way of living. The administration calls on a new paradigm, a new worldview, which is tradition. And it said for the reality of the common destiny of humanity, we must take a oneness with heaven cosmo view. Well, heaven there meaning inside us, because we are created from heaven. The heaven is in us. So that means connect with ourselves, to become oneness with ourselves, a true self, our soul, our deepest consciousness that comes from the field. Our Tao, because Tao is us and we are Tao. Right? And so we are in this whereby human being or Chinese believe in this era to go back to this oneness situation. We're going back to the situation of harmonizing relationship and achieving goodness is a morality. And goodness actually is wholeness, is love and all that thing. So we won't go into that. The point about it is cosmology is life and living for the Chinese. It's into daily drips and drabs of expression. And that tradition is gradually being revitalized right now. Cosmology is in every aspect of Chinese life. Cosmology is even into the Chinese politics today and Chinese paradigm. You can see the Chinese leadership in United Nations addressing energy of the universe, the yin and yang, and how humanity should work. In the new definition of the paradigm that's being promoted in China, the unity with the cosmos as our fundamental cosmic view, or the unity of the oneness with heaven, which is the cosmos, is our cosmo view. That means we seek that, right? And then harmonizing between nation, and then collaboration among diversity, then achieving goodness as morality to create this Chinese characteristic, which is worldview, socialistic market economy. So it is penetrating throughout every aspect of life and living for the Chinese. Cosmology is a core of it. And now, even translating that into structures and system, into business reform, into economic reform, into reform of the goodness economy. It requires the population, especially business people, to do the redistribution of income for the third time and to flourish together with all the issues, the challenges of everyone. But that is a very, very big demand, because when you're doing the economics, you realize that the market economy is not in line with the universe. It's not ethical. That created all the things. We are now facing with an ethical challenge, including Chinese themselves. So we need to have a reform in ethics. And so therefore the Confucius ethics is bringing up, and they require the business to act accordingly. And to do that, it must come from the heart. It doesn't want the money, because when they talk about this, Tencent and Alibaba all give billions, but that's not what the government wants. The government wants their heart. Government wants their creativity to create this new economy, to create this whole process, this whole new energy, right? So we can see with the new rise of revitalization of Chinese paradigm, cosmology will once again become very, very high in the Chinese culture in the modern days again. So ancient Chinese cosmology is coming back into a modern expression, into modern life and living as it was once upon a time. So let me continue on the creation of humans in the Chinese tradition, which comes from cosmology. So in the book of medicine called the Yellow Emperor Canon, it talks about the creation of life. And it says something like this: the virtue of heaven, which is the cosmos, and the virtue is nature, or human nature, get merged with the energy of earth. And then Tao, or Shen, which is God in the Chinese thing, which is creation, enters. When it enters, our soul will start being formed. And the soul has three components: a soul from heaven, which is information from heaven; a soul from earth, the information from earth; and the soul of our karmic life, of our individuated, conscious karmic life, gathered in this right moment, and the soul is birthed. And the earth soul consists of everything of knowledge of existence. So when we die, the three souls goes back into the three places. When it births, it is a revolutionary, and it meets and it creates a three soul united, and we start coming onto earth. And then the energy that drives us, the seven energy that drives us, which is emotions, different kind of emotion: joy, aversion, sadness, fear, love, desire, and evilness, are the energy that drives, called Po. From there, our heart mind is created, and then our consciousness of the material world, which is the tip of the iceberg of the iceberg model of psychology, where below iceberg is the subconscious and unconscious, is birth. Then we have an orientation of thoughts and will, and then we start thinking about it and creating the rest. So you can see the cosmology actually talked about, there's not a man and a woman and they get together, and then it's not physical. It's all about these energy that comes in there and then creating the reality. Because they said it is the gathering of chi that makes it the form. So there's no different than quantum science. So when we die, we go back into a layer and layer of disappearance of this information and peeling off. And so the book of medicine talked a lot. It also mentioned the book of medicine that these are like 3,000 years old book, right? So if we live according to the rhythm of the universe, and we don't lose our childlike nature, on average we'll live 120 years. But there are four types of people that live longer: the people that are wise, and the people that are kind, and then the sages, and then finally they call the true human. And if you reach a true human, you live together with heaven and earth. That means you don't die, or at least you're really, really long life. Sounds like crazy, but this is recorded. And Chinese medicine is not healing illness, it's healing lifeness. It's dealing with life. So it's a very different concept, how cosmology comes in, and everything is life. So the whole thing. So if you have bad luck, well, you have a life sickness. That needs to heal that. And you need to do certain things, change the way you live, change your paradigm to heal your life. So even your life has bad luck, you can heal it. So this is very unusual because everything is created from thoughts. Everything is created. So what is the significance of this three-dimensional world? There's a saying called 以假修真 in the Chinese. That means that you know it is just an appearance. You know it is just a clustering of energy to give the appearance, but you still used it, which is not real, to correct what is real. Because you think about it, it makes sense, right? The cosmos has no movement. Only when you become physical, when you go to three-dimensional, there is only change, there is only movement. And it's only through this movement of change you can change in the cosmic reality, into the multi-dimensional higher level. So the lower level three-dimension movement that we can use the will of the universe to evolve, we can evolve the energy, we can evolve the field. So this revival of this Chinese wisdom in the 21st century is not coincidental, just like the quantum paradigm. There is no coincidence. Everything is what it should be because moment to moment it is calibrated to perfect. And karma is real because cause and effect. All information that is created of all action and thoughts and everything never destroyed. It is recorded inside. And that energy and that consciousness is moving. And when the right element is there, the appearance or the form is being created. The cause and effect of actions. And so this moment, the rise of quantum paradigm, changes the way we understand cosmos, changes the way we actually study the universe, changes the modality of studying astronomy. It's still there. But from the quantum paradigm comes the science, the science of consciousness of life. Be it is epigenetics, neuroscience, psychology, contemplative science, even integral philosophy, and so forth, so forth. So cosmos, under the quantum paradigm, changed the way we are really doing a study and rebranding it or repositioning it back into life itself. Because in the quantum paradigm, life is everything and everything is life. There is only life, no more, no less. The evolution of life and the creation of life for evolution. And so the Western science are changing. If you think about today, the separation being reunified, we call cross-disciplinary studies or cross-disciplinary unity. Well, if you keep going on the trend, everything is cross. And then instead of split, like philosophy splitting up into all the pieces, but as we get enough understanding in the material world, it starts integrating back. And the integration process, we will end it up with just one subject, life. There's no more. So Chinese culture is a life science of the past. It's talking exactly what the quantum science is talking about. It's talking about consciousness, the ultimate of healing. Consciousness, the ultimate of creation. So the ancient science of life, coming from cosmology, it is really a good life science to help humanity integrate as one. So the Western life science of consciousness, Chinese life science of consciousness. One comes from quantum paradigm and realization of consciousness. One comes from ancient tradition wisdom. In the 21st century, in the globalized world, where all wisdom of humanity is for humanity, has now come to a crossroad of integration, sharing, and further development. The educated Chinese in ancient time seek a different kind of life journey. A life journey that is aligned with the cosmos. A life journey that moves Trudge to become a sage. And in the book of The Middle Way, it says, your calling is your nature. But this nature is not your habitual nature, but your virtuous nature. So your calling is your nature. When you follow your true nature, it's your true nature, you are now becoming down. And if you continue to refine this calling and down, it's called education. You're educating yourself, but also you become educating to everybody around you as well. So we could imagine, if we answer the existential question of life, which we can now in the modern science, and then we look at this material world, where it's leading us, we might choose a different path for life, a different life journey, a different aspiration. Thank you.
All right. Well, we thank Fred. We're sorry that he was not able to be live with us. So, of course, we have no questions and answers now. We're going to take a short 5-minute break, and we're going to come back. Now that we heard about ancient Chinese cosmology, we're going to hear more about Western cosmologies of the past and the current new paradigm cosmology and its impact on culture and moving forward to a new humanity. But before we take our break for 5 minutes, I'd like to turn it over to Alexander, who has a short message he'd like to give.
Yeah, just to share with everyone how much I am enjoying this. I hope that you are enjoying this immensely as well. Isn't it wonderful, the weaving that we're experiencing here from different cultures? A lot of what Fred was talking about are these harmonics, right? These different ways in which we're tuning actually into the ground state of being of this fabulous emerging cosmos and our universe emerging within it, and that flow process. So to keep it short, I want to just say, if you are enjoying this, please remember that all the works of the Laszlo Institute being brought to you are being brought to you free. But if you have the chance and the opportunity to donate and help us offset some of our costs, it would be wonderful. The link for doing that is going to be in the chat here as well. Now, as we take our break, I'm hoping that you can enjoy some music. In the nature of the harmonies that we're looking at, this music is from Ervin Laszlo. He is also a concert pianist, and so enjoy his music.
Welcome back. Well, we find that Irvin is not only a tremendously deep philosophical thinker, he's also an accomplished pianist. All right, so now we're going to move on and to our next speaker. Her name is Anne Baring. She's going to speak on the dream of the cosmos. Anne has a PhD in wisdom studies from Ubiquity University. She's a Jungian analyst, author and co-author of 7 books, including with Jules Ashford, The Myth of the Goddess, Evolution of an Image, and with Andrew Harvey, The Mystic Vision and the Divine Feminine, with Drs. Celia Ellsworthy, Soul Power, and Agenda for a Conscious Humanity. And her most recent book, The Dream of the Cosmos, A Quest for the Soul. The ground for all of her work is a deep interest in the spiritual, mythological, shamanic, and artistic traditions of different cultures. Her website is devoted to the affirmation of a new vision of reality and the issues facing us at the crucial time of choice. And I think if you go on her website, you will find there are other quite amazing aspects of Anne's life. She's lived a very interesting and I imagine exciting life. And she's going to speak, as I said, the dream of the cosmos, a new cosmology. Anne, welcome to the symposium.
Thank you so much. I'm delighted to be here, very honored to be here. Now, I want to just share my screen, see if it works. I'm going to give you a panoramic view of 5 cosmologies that have had a profound effect on the development of Western civilization, beginning with the cosmology of the Lunar Era of the Great Mother. This was a cosmology of profound connection and relationship. The philosopher Owen Barfield called it original participation. To understand something of immense importance that was lost millennia ago, we need to go back to the Neolithic era when the cosmos was imagined as a mother from whose womb all forms of life emerged in a continuous cycle of birth, death, and regeneration. What we now call cosmos and nature was a living web of relationships ensouled by the Great Mother. Life was an organic, living, and sacred whole, and we were part of that whole. The Milky Way was the starry passage by which souls entered and left this world, and the shamanic journey into other dimensions of reality was the spiritual experience throughout this era. The most important idea about this time is that there was no creator beyond creation, no separation between the Great Mother as source or womb and the myriad forms of her life. No separation, therefore, between spirit and nature. All life was one. Just as the stars emerged each night from the darkness of the night sky, so the visible universe was born from the dark mystery of the invisible. Everything was infused with divinity because each and all were part of a sacred cosmic order, the web of life of the Great Mother. The cosmology of the Lunar Era was focused on a cyclical process of birth, death, and regeneration that arose from the age-old observation of the recurring phases of the moon, its birth as a crescent, its waxing to fullness, and its waning into the 3 days of darkness. Out of that darkness, the crescent was continually reborn. Light and darkness, life and death were not polarized as they were to become in the subsequent era, but were 2 phases of a total cycle, always leading to regeneration and a new cycle. Woman was revered because, like nature, the Great Mother, she was the carrier of new life. The 10 lunar months of gestation were associated with the swelling of the crescent moon as it rose to fullness. Through an expanded consciousness, assisted by the use of psychedelic plants, people in the Lunar Era had a sense of kinship with all creation. They saw their lives as part of the great cosmic cycle of birth, death, and renewal, and knew through shamanic experience that although the body died, their soul would take another form in a new life. This was the origin of belief in reincarnation. We can follow the transition from the Great Mother of the Neolithic era to the great goddesses of the Bronze Age, goddesses such as Isis in Egypt, Inanna in Sumer, and Artemis of Ephesus, all of whom were worshipped as the Queen of Heaven and associated with the moon. For many thousands of years, the Great Mother and these great goddesses personified the principle of relationship, the interconnectedness of every aspect of life, and above all, the sacredness of the great web of life. The sacred marriage of goddess and god was the greatest ceremony of the year in Egypt and Sumer, holding heaven and earth and the feminine and masculine archetypes in relation to each other. The primary question of the Lunar Era was, how should the human community act so as to be in harmony with the life of the cosmos? As the last speaker has said, this was of supreme importance. Out of this question came the laws that govern society and the mathematical laws that govern the cosmos. Plato, in his Timaeus, was the first to give a name to this all-embracing cosmic entity, which he described as a single living creature that encompasses all the living creatures that are within it. He called it the soul of the cosmos. The priceless insight of this era was the understanding that the cosmos has an inner life, a soul, and that this cosmic soul is the origin or ground of our own individual soul, our own consciousness. The cosmology of the Lunar Era begins to fade after the pre-Socratic philosophers and this statement by Plato. The cosmology of the subsequent solar era, which has lasted 4,000 years, from circa 2000 BCE to the present day, was radically different from that of the Lunar Era. It is, as Owen Barfield described it, a cosmology of separation, characterized by dissociation, duality, and polarization, that were the result of the separation of nature from spirit. During the course of it, we lost the ancient participatory consciousness that we had had in the Lunar Era, and the sense that we lived within a sacred order. This has only survived to our time in the indigenous cultures. The focus of this whole era is on the gradual emergence of the outstanding individual from the collective life of the tribe and the development of what we call our conscious rational mind. But it is also about a violent and traumatic separation from the deeper matrix of the soul or psyche, and a severance of our relationship with nature and the earth. The drive for territorial conquest, power, and dominance, led by warrior kings and nation states, replaced the older lunar emphasis on relationship with a harmonious cosmic order, a relationship that had been supported by precise astronomical observations gathered over millennia and celebrated in the ceremony of the sacred marriage. During the solar era, the sun replaced the moon as the primary celestial body. Between the lunar and the solar eras, there was a time in Egypt, Sumer, Greece, and Rome when goddesses and gods peopled the heavens, and, as in the Iliad and the Odyssey, interacted with humans. Ultimately, however, in the three patriarchal religions, the Great Father replaced the Great Mother as the sole image of deity. Because of this, Western civilization developed on the foundation of a fundamental dissociation between spirit and nature, creator and creation, and between the masculine and feminine archetypes. This dissociation effectively destroyed the ancient shamanic understanding of the presence of spirit in the material world and opened the way to its exploitation. Two immensely powerful and polarizing cosmologies became the major influence on the social, political, and religious history of Western civilization. The first of these, the principal mythic theme of the solar era, was the battle between light and darkness, good and evil, order and chaos. This polarizing cosmology, projected into the world and acted out there, led to a continual succession of wars, conquests, and the creation of vast empires, lasting until the present time. Ultimately, it would lead to the battle to conquer and subjugate nature in the service of man. The feminine archetype associated with the goddess and with nature was split off from transcendent spirit. Nature and the earth were therefore no longer sacred. Man was identified with spirit, light, and order, and woman with nature, darkness, and chaos. Man assumed a position of dominance over nature and woman's voice was silenced for 4,000 years, until very recently. Her value consisted solely in her being the carrier of man's seed. The key theme of the solar era is the transcendence of nature, ascent to the light, and repudiation of the darkness associated with nature. The development of the conscious mind in humanity as a whole, together with its stupendous cultural and scientific achievements, can be recognized as the evolutionary achievement of the solar era. But this achievement gradually opened a chasm between spirit, associated with mind, and nature, associated with the body and matter. This whole process was closely tied into the invention of writing and the power that literacy gave to an elite group of very powerful rulers and priesthoods. Our former relationship with nature was gradually weakened as the image of deity changed from Great Mother to Great Father. The loss of the Great Mother and the goddess came in stages in different areas, but there was a second polarizing cosmology that accelerated their demise. This was the myth of the fall of man, described in Genesis 2 and 3. For 2.5 millennia, this myth has been interpreted as divine revelation. An enormous change in Hebrew cosmology took place in 621 BCE, when monotheism was established in Judaism by a group of priests called Deuteronomists. The Jewish people once worshipped both a goddess and a god, a queen and a king of heaven, who together created the world. The Queen of Heaven was worshipped as the Holy Spirit and divine wisdom, and also as the tree of life, a cosmic tree connecting the invisible and visible worlds, whose fruit was the gift of immortality. The Deuteronomists eradicated all trace of the goddess Asherah, the Queen of Heaven. They then created the myth of the fall, cleverly downgrading the goddess into the human figure of Eve and bestowing on her the former title of the goddess, Mother of all living. In this way, the divine feminine aspect of the Godhead was excised from Judaism, leaving Yahweh as the sole creator God. Christianity adopted this image of God, as well as the myth of the fall, from Judaism. In 325 of the Christian era, the Council of Nicaea named Jesus as the only Son of God, whose sacrificial death had ensured our salvation and redemption from sin. The loss of the goddess was the primary reason that we lost our relationship with nature, because in ancient civilizations, the goddess had personified nature for thousands of years, many thousands of years. In this new patriarchal cosmology, the image of deity is the transcendent Great Father. Divine immanence is lost. Earth is designated a place of exile and punishment for primordial sin by a vindictive God. It is no longer sacred. Adam is given dominion over the animals, but he is no longer part of the divine order. He is exiled to a world contaminated by the fall and subject to sin, suffering, and death, introduced into the world by Eve. From the perspective of our relationship with the earth, this cosmology was a disaster. Nature, split off from spirit, was effectively de-souled. We lost the sense of harmony and trust in the cosmos, and the awareness that spirit was active and present within the world. We lost the sense of living within a sacred web of life, a sacred order. It imprinted on us a negative image of our presence on this planet and placed a heavy burden of guilt and shame, particularly sexual shame, on our shoulders. Since Eve was the prime agent of the fall, she was to blame for our banishment from the Garden of Eden, and this led to the unrelenting persecution of women, reinforcing the misogyny characteristic of this whole era. If we want to understand the roots of our present environmental and spiritual crisis, we can find them in the loss of three important elements during the solar era: the divine feminine image of spirit, the direct shamanic path of communion with spirit, and the sacred marriage of the masculine and feminine aspects of the divine ground. The theme of a lost feminine value weaves like a golden thread through the mythology, poetry, and literature of Western civilization, waiting to be redeemed at the present time when the dissociation between spirit and nature might be healed. Now I come to the cosmology of Kabbalah, which is the only cosmology in the West which retained the image of the divine feminine. Kabbalah is the mystical tradition of Judaism, known as the voice of the dove and the jewels of the heavenly bride. Its origins are obscure, but I believe its cosmology may have originated in the first temple in Jerusalem, before it was taken over by the Deuteronomists. One of the most important images of Kabbalah is the tree of life, associated with the goddess Asherah before the takeover, which is a clear and wonderful concept describing the web of relationships which connect invisible spirit with the fabric of life in this world. The branches of the inverted tree of life extend through multiple invisible worlds or dimensions until they manifest as our world. At the innermost level or dimension of reality is the unmanifest, unknowable, divine ground. At the outermost, the forms we call nature, body, and matter. In this cosmology, every aspect of creation, both visible and invisible, is interwoven with every other aspect. All is one life, one cosmic symphony, one integrated whole. We participate at this material level of creation in the divine life which informs all these levels of reality. Our human lives are inseparable from the inner life of the cosmos. The great maxim of the Kabbalists was, as above, so below, a maxim that originated in the Hermetic science taught in the temples of Egypt. The aim of the Kabbalist was and is to unite the two worlds, the invisible divine world with the world of our experience. Quintessentially, there is only one divine life. There is, therefore, no duality. The fundamental teaching of Kabbalah is the doctrine of emanation, and because of this, the oneness or unity of all cosmic dimensions of reality. Divine creative spirit, named as the unmanifest Godhead, Ein Sof, meaning the limitless light, is regarded as totally transcendent and unknowable, but also through emanation present in every particle of the created world, as well as in the intermediary dimensions of reality veiled from our sight. We are all participants in the life of the cosmos, atoms in the being and body of God. Kabbalah did not reject this world as fallen, as did Christianity, but saw it sustained and permeated by the light of the divine ground. It taught that whatever we do in this world affects the invisible worlds and vice versa, because everything, visible and invisible, is connected through an indissoluble web of life. The concept of reincarnation was intrinsic to this path to God. The soul becomes enlightened over many lives, at first through attraction to, then contemplation of, and finally communion with the invisible worlds. Kabbalah is the only cosmology in the West that celebrates the indissoluble union between the feminine and masculine aspects of the Godhead. It preserved the ancient Bronze Age image of the sacred marriage, reflected in the union of the divine Mother-Father in the ground of being, who are one in their ground, one in their emanation, one in their ecstatic and continuous act of creation through all the dimensions they bring into being and sustain. No other tradition offers the same breathtaking vision in such exquisite poetic imagery of the union of male and female energies in the one that is both. In this cosmology, the Shekhinah, or feminine face of the Godhead, is the co-creator of the world. She is named as divine wisdom and the Holy Spirit, and also as cosmic womb, architect of worlds, source or foundation of our world, and the radiance, word, or glory of the unknowable ground or Godhead. Text after text uses sexual imagery and the imagery of light, of an unimaginable luminosity and translucence, to describe how the ray emanating from the unknowable ground enters into the womb, the great sea of light or sea of glory of the celestial mother. From here, it emanates as a radiant cascade, a fountain of living water, pouring forth light to create, permeate, and sustain all the worlds or dimensions it brings into being. This cascade of light flows through two branches of the tree of life into the 10 female and male vessels, powers or attributes of the divine, named as the Sephiroth. A third branch descends directly down the center, unifying and connecting the energies on either side. The last, 10th sphere of creation is called Malkuth, the kingdom, where the divine mother-father image is expressed as the female and male of all species. All branches of the tree of life are connected through 22 paths, and nature is seen as the garment of God. All life on earth, all levels and degrees of cosmic reality, all forms of what we see and name as matter are the creation of that primal fountain of light, and are therefore an expression of divinity. In the radiance of that invisible cosmic sea of light, everything is connected to everything else as through a luminous circulatory system. Kabbalah gives us a highly developed cosmology of a conscious, intelligent, and constantly creative universe, with light as the creative agent that brings our universe into being. Now I come to the current cosmology of scientific materialism or physicalism. The 4,000-year-long process of separation during the solar era was largely unconscious. We have still not emerged from its influence or from the negative cosmology of the myth of the fall, which had gradually undermined the teaching of Christ about our innate divinity. Over recent centuries, we have reached dazzling heights of scientific, medical, and technological advances, which have transformed the condition of our lives on this planet and facilitated a phenomenal expansion of our ability to express the creative genius of our species in many different areas. But we have also suffered a catastrophic loss of soul, a loss of the ancient awareness of the sacred interweaving of all aspects of life, a loss of the sense of participation in the life of nature and the life of the cosmos, and, despite all our religions, a loss of relationship with spirit. Our conscious mind, a tiny aspect of our total psyche, has become detached from the deeper matrix of the primordial soul out of which it has evolved, and has become more and more inflated. It no longer has any awareness of or relationship with the psychic depths from which it has emerged, no relationship with nature or the cosmos, whose staggering extent, beauty, and complexity have been revealed to us by the Hubble telescope. In a secular culture, the rational human mind has virtually replaced God and no longer recognizes a dimension of reality beyond the material universe, nor any form of consciousness transcendent to its own. As D.H. Lawrence observed in his book on the Apocalypse in 1929, we have lost the cosmos. This has led, with the fading of the influence of Christianity, to the rise of the cosmology of scientific materialism, scientism, or physicalism, as it's recently been called, that developed during the Enlightenment of the 18th century and whose basic premises have been taught in our schools and universities for over 100 years. This cosmology, presented as incontrovertible truth, presents one huge problem. The material world is the only one it recognizes. The whole universe is seen as a lifeless mechanism without consciousness, purpose, intelligence, or meaning. It has no conscious beings in it apart from ourselves. We are separate from the life of nature and the life of the universe, both of which are deemed to be without consciousness. The scientists who promote this materialist belief system dismiss the idea of God, the soul, and life beyond death. Consciousness is generated by the neurons of the physical brain, so when the brain dies, consciousness ceases to exist. This cosmology has led to the belief that we can control the life of the planet to the sole advantage of our species, even to the splitting of the atom and the creation of our demonic weapons of mass destruction. Seeing all aspects of the world and the universe as devoid of consciousness and separate from ourselves has led to a catastrophic loss of soul and a loss of relationship with the planetary environment and the inner life of the cosmos. According to the psychiatrist Ian McGilchrist, who has just published a brilliant book called The Matter of Things, we have become prisoners of a literal left hemispheric mind, which has closed down access to the imaginative right hemisphere and has led to this disastrous misinterpretation of reality. When the left hemispheric rational mind is promoted as the only faculty which can define the nature of reality, it possesses, as Jung pointed out, a Promethean freedom, but it also partakes of a godless hubris. Now, with climate change, climate change, we are faced with the effects of the loss of our relationship with the earth and the ancient awareness that we live within a sacred order. We contemplate wars in space and pollute it with our debris. World leaders vie for power with each other, oblivious of the insanity of what they are doing. If there is a single idea that is facilitating the subjugation of nature and the devastation of the planet, it is the belief that the earth has no consciousness. It doesn't matter how we treat matter. Awakening to a new story is an evolutionary imperative at this time of unprecedented crisis to free us from these scientific beliefs and the left hemispheric perspective that has increasingly imprisoned us. Without this awakening, we have no future as a species. The new story coming into being is that the whole universe is a unified field. In the words of physicist Nassim Haramein, a new cosmology is being born, a new vision of our profound relationship with a conscious, intelligent, and interconnected universe. This new cosmology invites what Owen Barfield called final participation, when we are reunited with that from which we have become separated. There is an emerging consensus among certain physicists, astrophysicists, and cosmologists that consciousness, not matter, is the primary ground of reality, that the material world exists within consciousness. Amit Goswami, in his book, The Self-Aware Universe, states unequivocally that consciousness is the ground of all being, and quantum physics makes this as clear as daylight. These scientists are seeing the universe as a living organism, with the seen and unseen aspects of it functioning as a unified whole. As Plotinus said long ago, everything breathes together. Our consciousness is part of an underlying field, not separate from it, and certainly not created by the neurons of the physical brain. Each of us carries the holographic imprint of the entire universe within us. No matter what our race, nation, gender, or caste, we are all equally part of the living, breathing, connecting web of life, which underlies and connects all forms in the universe and on our planet. Following Plato, I call this web of life the soul of the cosmos. I prefer the word soul to mind because it carries a feminine resonance. This doesn't exclude mind or field, but I like it to be included as one of a trinity, as it were. With the discovery of the quantum planum underlying our space-time reality, we find the idea returning after a 4,000-year absence of a cosmic womb out of which all that we call reality arises and to which it may return, similar to the outbreathing and inbreathing of the great cosmic cycles posited by the Vedic sages of India. The realization that we participate in a cosmic consciousness that is the source and ground of our own consciousness could shatter the belief that material reality is all there is, that we exist in a randomly created universe, and that there is no life beyond death. The discovery is now being made, challenge what science has programmed us to believe, that we as humans are separate from all other species and from the life of the planet and the universe. The astounding discoveries of quantum physics tell us that our world of matter is like a visible foam resting on a very deep ocean of light that permeates every cell of our being. We are not only connected with each other through the astonishing reach of the internet, but through the infinitesimal particles of subatomic matter. In our essence, we are not fallen beings, but beings of light, cosmic beings, incarnated on this planet for an evolutionary purpose. All life at the deepest level is essentially one, and each of us is an expression of the one, inseparable from it. Nor are we alone in the universe. There is emerging evidence from ancient cultures that our planet has been visited repeatedly by inhabitants from other planetary systems. I see this great revelation that is happening as the fulfillment of what I call the dream of the cosmos. It's longing for us to recover the relationship we once had with it and take it further. we are rediscovering at a new turn of the spiral of evolution what was known to shamans millennia ago in the lunar culture of the Great Mother and described in minute detail in the Cosmology of Kabbalah. We are not separate from the divinity we have been worshipping for thousands of years, but are an intrinsic part of its life, its mind, and its soul. The greatest spiritual teachers have told us that we carry divinity within our nature, but the religions of the world have not transmitted that knowledge to us. Divinity is the ground of all that we call life. At the heart of the cosmos is the love of unimaginable dimensions, a love that sustains the entire universe and is the origin of our own capacity to love and to create. In 1600, before he was burnt at the stake by the Inquisition, because he refused to deny that God was present in nature, Giordano Bruno said, "A single force, love, links and gives life to infinite worlds." Thank you very much.
Thank you, Anne. You took us on an amazing journey from ancient Egypt through Western culture to the Kabbalah, to science, to modern day new paradigm cosmologies. Thank you for doing that. We have several questions. One is from Alana Maslova-Levin, who asked, is the loss of the goddess the cause of our separation from nature or an expression of this separation?
Both. Both.
They happen, one feeds the other.
Yes, tracing this all through the solar era, one can see what happened so clearly. People didn't realize what was happening, but in losing the goddess, people lost the connection with nature, and they also lost the sense of keeping in harmony with the cosmos that Fred talks so beautifully about. They lost all idea that we had to keep in harmony with it. They put all the emphasis on belief, the religions, not on the necessity of harmony with the cosmos.
Let's see, I have a question for you. Each of the cosmologies you spoke of seem to have a pretty wide impact on society. And I was wondering if the Kabbalah had a wide impact, or was it pretty much limited to those who practiced it?
It was limited because it would have been persecuted by the Catholic Church if the people had been known what they were doing. It was against the religion of Christianity, as it was taught by the Vatican or the Catholic Church.
Mm-hmm.
And those people would have been murdered by the Inquisition, as Giordano Bruno was. But the Kabbalists were alchemists. Many of them were alchemists. So you have the train of alchemy going back to Egypt, but it was always a secret underground tradition, like a golden thread running underneath Christianity, if you like, in Western civilization.
And it was also part of the Jewish tradition as
Absolutely.
well. And so was it also something tabooed by the rabbis who would repress it?
I think it must have been, because it seems to have developed as a separate cosmology. And it moved from, first of all, from Jerusalem, it moved to Alexandria, and then it moved to the Holy Land, to Palestine, and then back to Spain in the Middle Ages, and then into Europe from Spain, where Pico de la Mirandola was trying to create a fusion of Christianity and Kabbalah. Fascinating insight there, to bring them together so that Christianity could retain or regain what it had lost in its teaching, which was the divinity of the individual and the divinity of the whole of creation, including the material world. So it's just so exciting to follow this through and to see what the Kabbalists and the alchemists were trying to do. But as I said, if they'd put their head above the parapet, they would have been burnt at the stake. So they kept quiet. This was in the 15th, 16th, and 17th centuries that they did the most of their work, but it originated much, much earlier. In Spain, it was more the 12th and 13th centuries that it flourished.
That's fascinating to see that thread. Let's see, people are asking about the pandemic. Do you have any thoughts about?
Yes, I do have most definite thoughts. I think the pandemic is a wake-up call. I think it's been created by our disrespect for nature. I think it's nature's response to the way it's been treated, partly. I think it's also something that got out of a laboratory at Wuhan, which is a biological weapon. Whether it got out intentionally or unintentionally, I can't say. but I'm quite sure that's where it came from. And it's spread all over the world. It's affected the entire world. Nobody is exempt. So we're all involved. And I think this is important because it's actually restoring our unity, disregarding nations, disregarding religions or sects or genders or whatever. It's affecting every single inhabitant in the world. And this is really, I think, a wake-up call, a very, very powerful wake-up call to change our whole way of living and behaving and to get ourselves back into harmony with the cosmos. This is a sign that we're out of harmony, and it's a warning, and we need to get back into harmony and really heal the whole planet and heal ourselves, because we're all sick because we're so out of connection with the cosmos. There's so much illness in our world, whether it's mental illness or illnesses like cancer and diabetes. We're saturated with illness, which we shouldn't be. This comes from being completely out of order, out of harmony with the cosmos and with the earth above all.
Oh, beautifully said. Thank you, Anne. I'll just close with one of these comments from a person in the audience who said, "This was so beautiful, balm for my soul. Thank you, Mother, Father, and precious Anne. Be well and be safe."
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you so much, Anne, for joining us today. So now we're going to move on to the final speaker, and the final speaker for this session is Anneloes Smitsman. She's going to be speaking about applying the cosmic architecture of consciousness for a new world paradigm. Dr. Anneloes is a visionary scientist, published author, futurist, system architect, and leadership catalyst for the transition to a thrivable civilization. She's the founder and CEO of Earthwise Center and a founding member of the creative board of the Laszlo Institute. She holds a master's degree in law and judicial political sciences from Leiden University in the Netherlands, and a degree of doctor from Maastricht University, also in the Netherlands. Her groundbreaking PhD dissertation, Into the Heart of Systems Change, addressed how to diagnose and transform key systemic barriers of our world crisis through its proposed transition plan for a thrivable civilization. Anneloes is the co-author of the Future Humans trilogy with Dr. Jean Houston, and is the author of the Amazon international bestseller, Love Letters from Mother Earth, The Promise of a New Beginning, as well as many scientific articles and chapters in international peer-reviewed journals and books. Anneloes is the lead architect of the Earthwise Tipping Point system. She's a member of the Evolutionary Leaders Circle, part of the Source of Energy Synergy Foundation. And again, her talk will be applying the cosmic architecture of consciousness for a new world paradigm. All right, I turn it over to you, Anneloes.
Thank you so much, Richard. And before we go into the slides, just to honor Anne, it's such an honor to come after her. And let's just take a moment to really integrate what she just shared with us, because that's huge, huge. So I just want to ask everyone, just close your eyes for a moment and take a deep breath. Hold it for a few seconds and then breathe out and let go and connect with that beautiful cosmos. Really feel the cosmos in you. Just take a moment to really receive and integrate this profound wisdom that Anne just shared and the others before her. And just come fully present here and now in this collective field of us here. Feel the cosmos within you and around you and in our world. It's that beautiful wisdom of the wholeness that we are and the unity that we are, which has inspired humanity from its very beginnings to ask these deeper questions of who are we? Why are we here? What does it mean to be human? And know that in those questions that have been connecting us for thousands and thousands and thousands of years, the cosmos is always present. And now let us begin. So when you're ready, you may open your eyes. Good. Having listened now to all these incredible speakers, I'm actually going to make my presentation a little bit more interactive, because I know that also the last one in this series, and I want to make sure that all of you are active and with us here before we go into more interaction. So I'm going to share my slides with you now. Applying the cosmic architecture of consciousness for a new world paradigm. So even just this image that's inviting us, and as I was listening to Anne talking about the era of the moon and then the sun, what came to me, perhaps this next era of the cosmology is of the black hole. Interesting, now that we are discovering there's a black hole really at the center of our galaxy and the universe, which is another way of also looking at the womb. And that brings us right into here. So the question I want to be exploring with all of you, and know, of course, that this is a model. This is just one interpretation, one way of conceptualizing these deeper questions of what is the nature of reality, what's the nature of consciousness, and what's the nature of life. Let's just explore what happens when we look at the cosmic architecture of consciousness as the informational dynamics of life. And as you can see here, I do take the position of the primacy of consciousness, as has been reinstated here by many people, as well as, of course, the official position of the Laszlo Institute itself, is that consciousness is primary. And we have different words for it, but let's just, for now, let's call this black space of the no-thingness, or the Akashic field, or the unified field, the pure consciousness within which we are having this conversation right now. So this pure consciousness is, we could also see it as, that's the infinite. But within the infinite, there is an architecture, a cosmological architecture for making the finite possible. And if we're then looking at our universe as a finite reality, a unified finite reality within the play of the infinite, and then understand that you are both. And when we are seeing then this great darkness, this great womb, the great no-thingness, or as the Kabbalists, which was also explored as the Ein Sof, which was concealed to be revealed, and the revelation happening through our interaction from where we are within our local reality, within this physical space-time universe, connecting with and calling upon and calling forth the great potentiality and wisdom of the infinite, of the pure consciousness, of the non-local dimensions of pure consciousness. And what I'd like to bring your attention now to is that there is a space between this, or you could call a dimensional interface between the pure consciousness, the infinite, and our physical universe, our local reality. And that's the imaginal. And in the imaginal, in that kind of interface, cosmic interface, that is able to draw upon and bring forth the great potentialities of pure consciousness, and being able to converge them algorithmically in a way that it helps to manifest and co-create this physical reality. But this imaginal process takes place within you all of the time. And the imaginal here is not just the imaginative. So many of us are familiar with the words, the imaginative, and using your imagination, but that is still very much in the space of the mind. Whereas the imaginal, you could think of it as a space within living systems itself that is not predetermined. You could almost say where the algorithms break down, where it is possible to make new choices and where it is possible for systems to restructure, recouple in order to be able to regroup and to continuously evolve. This imaginal space, we could also think of that as the future, so that when we are within our local reality and we are considering future as that which has not yet been made manifest, another way to work with that, what has not yet been made manifest but already exists. It exists in this superposition state of possibility. And that means that these future potentials of higher orders of reality also already exist in you and they exist in our world. And that's really important right now, because the worlds that we have created, co-created, the human worlds, the human systems, and the human architectures of those systems, operating systems. But very often the problem is that, first of all, they've been very much disconnected and decoupled from this understanding of pure consciousness. They're also by design are not regenerative because they don't allow spaces for the imaginal. They don't allow spaces for sensing into these greater possibilities because they're so product and consumption and goal oriented. And that when you leave that for the imaginal out and you leave the future creative potentials out of those designs and systems, what you're getting is a system that is unsustainable by design, therefore not regenerative, and therefore also not future creative. And what we really are seeing now, and we can call that the mechanistic worldview, the mechanistic paradigm, that paradigm, it has come to its end. It's no longer sustainable. Out of that paradigm, we've really manifested and co-created this sustainability crisis, the climate crisis, code red situation right now for our planet. And if we continue like this, moving to extinction. So it's very, very important that we start to understand the cosmic architecture of consciousness as the informational dynamics of life, and what that means for the redesign and the transformation of our mechanistics models and systems that are very, very, very harmful. So also, as we are exploring this, just think about, therefore, these future potentials in you from the imaginal realm of consciousness, and how even as you're listening right now, by the use and power of your intention, you can activate those. You can make space for those realities within yourself so that it becomes possible also for your own experience of consciousness, your relationship with life to evolve, and to evolve from more integral and more subtle, deeper cosmic orders of our unity and our wholeness that are incredibly important for the maturation of our consciousness, the evolutionary development of our species. And what we can see so beautifully in nature is that this informational dynamics of the cosmic architecture has a fractal, holonic growth pattern. And so here are just a few examples of that beautiful spiraling process that's not just happening in nature, but it's also all the time happening within us, within our bodies, within our mind, within our feelings, even within our dreams, this great spiral of life that unfolds us, through which we come to express ourselves and expand, but also where it's really important that we know how to go back within and gather ourselves and to receive and to go back into the beautiful cosmic dreaming that Anne also spoke of earlier. And here we have again the tree of life, which you just heard about from Anne in the Kabbalah. The tree of life as a cosmological concept lives in many different traditions, wisdom traditions and cultures. So another way to look at the cosmic architecture of consciousness is that it actually architecturally is like a great cosmic tree, a great tree of life that has the capacity to receive these potentialities of the unified field of consciousness, and then to embody that, and out of that to manifest that incredible diversity of life in the physical world. So think of yourself also as that tree, because that architecture of this tree of life, of this cosmic tree, is within your own body, mind, spirit system. So that is innate and you can work with that. So you already have the cosmic interface within yourself as well, in order to be able to receive the nourishment and the wisdom and the growth potentials from the great unified field of consciousness, as well as the capacity for being able to localize that so that it becomes a self-aware experience, and to be able to manifest that in life from wholeness and from that unity. And you can think of that cosmic architecture of consciousness also as a great womb. And why a great womb? Because the architecture itself has the capacity to localize from the non-local. It has the capacity to receive, and in its receiving to be able to contain, so that it becomes a self-aware, individuated experiences, and then for it to be able to birth those great potentials of consciousness into our world. And so this womb is innate in the cosmic architecture of your own being. And that means for man and woman. So men also have womb space within them. So anytime that you're working with bringing your vision into being, tapping into these greater ideas, exploring the greater questions of life, and then letting it integrate, letting it localize, letting it land, letting it take roots, you are then working with the womb wisdom of the cosmic architecture of consciousness and life. Together with my co-author and dear friend, Dr. Jean Houston, we've been exploring this in depth in two of our books, and The Quest of Rose from the Future Humans trilogies, the first book that's already out, and in March of next year, we'll be sharing the second book, Return of the Avatars. And now I'd like to contextualize this further through 3 evolutionary principles of life. For those of you who were also with us yesterday and listened to the wonderful talk by Dr. Jude Carvin, you may recall how she was talking about the reinterpretation of the 3 laws of thermodynamics as 3 laws of informational dynamics or infodynamics. And those 3 evolutionary principles of life that I'll be sharing with you follow a similar kind of pattern. And they are very important in the application for how to redesign our governance systems, our economic systems, and our educational systems, so that the cosmology of oneness, of unity and wholeness is not just a philosophical concept, but that we can truly start to now apply that and live that and make this a concrete reality for how we as a species are sharing our planetary home with countless of other beings. So the first principle, and you've heard this throughout the conference, is that the universe exists and evolves as a single unified entity. So non-locally, it is unified. It is an undividable wholeness, as physicist David Bohm also shared. And this evolutionary principles helps us then to understand life as that unified reality. And energy, matter, and space-time can be seen as complementary information expressions then of that same pure consciousness or universal consciousness. So just to integrate that for a moment, just understand yourself then also as whole and unified. And that no matter whether you feel divided sometimes, or whether you feel torn, or whether you find it difficult to get in touch with a certain aspect of yourself, all of that is still happening within you as a single unified entity, as in a way that the same holographic principle fractals out. So in the same way that the universe is whole and unified. So are you within that, no matter what you're thinking. And here is another way of conceptualizing that. And you see this amazing image here, where the question mark, our beginning, we don't quite know, or we don't have, you say the complete proof of knowing how did it all begin, but we have a lot of different theories around that. And the same thing for our future, the second question mark. But what we can start to see, and whether we call it the Big Bang or the Big Outbreath, is that origin moment of our universe, in that incredible potentiality, the journey that it now goes through in its finite journey, again taking place within this larger, infinite, pure consciousness. And that where you see the arrow, our galaxy, that's about where we are now. And that when we are looking at these laws of informational dynamics, then we start to also see that as we are progressing from this beginning point towards our future, is that the informational content within our universe increases, but in a way that is embodied and evolutionary coherent, so that consciousness is able to actualize in the living physical experience. I believe this is really important, because there's been so often this duality positioning as if spirit or consciousness on the one hand or matter on the other hand. But when we're really seeing them as complementary and start to understand how the locality serves to the actualization of consciousness and how the non-local consciousness serves to the manifestation of its potentiality, then all those other divisional questions and perceptions start to fall away. And what we're left with is this amazing sense of awe of this incredible architecture of consciousness of life. And what an incredible journey we are on to be able to be part of that, to discover that, for that to now start to come alive in our awareness and in our questions. And another perspective of being able to look at the infinite and the finite, as Sir Roger Penrose suggests, is also the cyclical process of the universes. So here you see the toroidal model, which I shared in the first slide, but now on its side, you could start to also imagine how that gives rise to universes within universes. So that at the end of this universe, so that coded from the very beginning of the universe, is also the completion of this universe, but in such a way that it gives rise and gives birth to another beginning, just like a great womb. And that brings me then to the second evolutionary principle, and that is that the universe evolves through deepening evolutionary coherence and increasing embodied complexity, precisely tuned to make life possible. Now, in our human societies and our human technologies, we have created a lot of extra complexity, but not necessarily evolutionary coherent complexity, or complexity that is really embodied within the life cycles and life processes. For example, when we're looking at our economic systems, which have become very complex, but the problem with our economic systems is that we externalized so many of the informational flows and dynamics of nature, and therefore we are actually causing a lot of harm to the natural living systems. So this understanding, this principle of what are the conditions for creating evolutionary coherent systems and cultures, and this understanding of how do we embody this increasing complexity that is part of the evolutionary process, is probably the most fundamental understanding that is necessary for resolving our sustainability crisis. It's really a key principle for knowing how do we then architect and design for regeneration, for thrivability, because the living systems in the cosmological architecture of consciousness itself, by design, are designed to thrive. But if we're looking at the way, again, we've created our human systems and cultures, when we've decoupled from this larger cosmological understanding, is that we have created very different informational flows and dynamics that are going contrary to that, and therefore very damaging. So this principle as well is really, really important right now especially in light of the crisis that we are in. And here we're seeing some beautiful examples of this evolutionary coherence. I like to think of evolutionary coherence as this invisible conductor that is always there, that when we are in tune with it, or we can say we are in tune with that deeper wisdom of the unified field, of this deeper in cosmological or cosmic intelligence, and we in tune with that, it harmonizes us. There's a deeper resonance that we know how to play our right note and tone in relation to each other without there being a system imposed upon us. So coherence is not the same as cohesion. Cohesion is enforced. Cohesion is very often top down. Whereas coherence is our spontaneous coordination, spontaneous collaboration, spontaneous co-creation. From the tuning of our unity, the tuning of our wholeness, the tuning of our collaborative diversity. There's therefore always an experience of beauty, of peace, of love that goes with the evolutionary coherence. And that brings me then to the third principle, and that's then to that deeper understanding of how then is our universe kind of designed to be able to self-actualize in consciousness. What does that mean? And then we can see that it develops its evolutionary capacities by actualizing its cosmological potentials through the following conditions. The first one is systemic autonomy. This principle, especially in the mechanistic paradigm, has been confused with thinking autonomy means individualism through separation. And if we're looking also at the same time when this Newtonian idea started to emerge, we also started to see in fields like law and governance this notion that the individual rights and individual property have to be protected, which is completely different from systemic autonomy that we are seeing within nature. And systemic autonomy is really the cosmological architecture for being able to have a self-aware individual experience of the unity and wholeness that we are, not away from, but of that, so that your individuality, your sense of personhood and selfhood emerges from that unity, from that wholeness that we fundamentally are, and that with the systemic autonomy come essential capacities, such as the capacity of self-creation, regulation, and adaptation, which can also be summarized as autopoietic capacities that living systems have, that we all have, but that we have not been by design applying in the majority of our dominant economic, governance, and educational systems. So these principles, evolutionary principles, for showing us how to architect and design with the systemic conditions for growing, developing, and evolving as a self-actualizing process of consciousness, are vital, vital, vital right now. And for being able now to constitutionalize this new paradigm, because for the new paradigm to become a living experience for all of us on Earth, to become really a new world paradigm, it's really important that we apply this all across, also in the way that we grow and we are developing ourselves as a species, but also in the way that we cultivate and share and distribute our resources, for example. And that brings me then here to several applications of this cosmic architecture. The first one, which I'm not part of, but I was so inspired by, so I just wanted to share that with you. You may know of Professor Neri Oxman's work. What you see there is a collaboration between a 3D printed structural shell and honeybees. And if you look at her research and her teams, you see there's a lot of these new technologies that where they're really applying this cosmic architecture, these regenerative principles in design, creating, for example, biodigital materials that are programmed in order to be able to break down, and as they decompose, they help to support the diversity of nature. So it's a completely different way of thinking, again, about also architecture in forms of materials, in forms of buildings, in forms of cities, in being able to create cities, buildings, houses that are really designed as a living body. So this is really what I'm seeing as kind of having a future entrance, a view into where this new paradigm cosmology can take us when we apply this. The second example here is the Seeds Constitution. Seeds is a new regenerative ecosystem for regenerative economics and governance. And I'm the lead author of the, or architects of the Seeds Constitution, where these 3 evolutionary principles of life that I've shared with you have been applied all the way through the Constitution and worked out in great details how we then apply that now for creating new protocols on blockchain-based, new algorithms that are following these same cosmological principles, and therefore can also then start to, by design, reward and support these collaborative behaviors that are so important, and this deeper understanding of this holonic governance. In the third example here, that's part of an educational transformation blueprint, where I've served as the lead author for an organization called R3.0, where we've been together with a wonderful team that Alexander Laszlo has also been part of, where we've been really exploring now what happens if we apply this principle for the transformation of educational systems, but also start to re-envision now what are the learning perspectives? What is an educational system that's out of which these new paradigm people will emerge, and how we can nurture that process. And in the fourth example is a chapter I wrote together with Dr. Jude Carafan, where we applied these principles in the field of agroecologies to start to say, if we apply this now for how we grow and cultivate and harvest and share our foods, what are then the implications? So those, I believe those slides will all become available later. So all of those are linked so that you can follow up on those resources if you like. So I'd like to complete then with a question to all of you. What world is born through you? What world is born through you? What world potentials? What are the architecture, the qualities of that world that exists in you that you are giving life to? Because we are all co-creating these worlds all the time. So what world is born through you? What world are you relaxing into? What world are you giving your energy to? And what world paradigm are you nurturing? Are you helping to form and come into being? And I'd like to ask you then also in the completion of this session, how are you going to integrate and apply everything that you've been hearing today from all of us? How are you going to, what's going to be your next step towards being able to co-create this new world paradigm of this beautiful, thrivable world that's whole, that's unified, that is life-centered, that celebrates who we all are, and that is home for each and every one of us.
Thank you so much, Anneloes. Very interesting how you're taking the new cosmic paradigm and then applying it to specific disciplines or activities like architecture, education. The other symposium was on politics, and there's quite a lot there. Do you want to just speak a little bit about what you spoke about at the political symposium for those of us who were not there? Just take maybe a minute to kind of give the main points of what you expressed there.
My pleasure, yes. Well, if we're looking at the dominant political models and even democracy itself, the design principle of those have come again out of this mechanistic paradigm. And democracy by design is a system of winners and losers. And the problem with democracy is therefore for it to renew itself, it always has to reject part of itself, which nature doesn't do. And what we can see now in a world that is already, with all the issues that are going on right now, so polarized, and there are so many fears and concerns for people, is that the old paradigm, governance models, the old paradigm conceptualization of these democracies, and and in particular also the role of law. The role of law as punitive, as corrective, is really not helping when you're in a crisis situation, where you get on the one hand these system reactions, knee-jerk reactions from political leaders to want to exercise more control in the face of more fear and chaos. Or otherwise, we're getting a lot of people who are feeling this complete breakdown of trust, of not feeling represented in decisions that are made, and therefore going through extremist parties, protest votes. So what we're seeing is that this new paradigm in governance, the new paradigm in politics, is essential. And that means that we need to start to understand how we can apply these holonic principles from this cosmological understanding of a unified reality of life, also in the reconceptualization of law, in a reconceptualization of how do we create now a new model of democracy that is far more inclusive, far more participatory. But we explored also in that conference is how, for example, the new digital technologies, what we're calling in the Web3 landscapes, make that possible. So there are whole new mechanisms in which people are being able to give a vote in real time, don't have to wait every 4 years, can have their voices heard. But what we're seeing is that the way that democracy is starting to shift itself, so it's not that democracy is dead, it's not that the democracy itself is receding, but it's shifting. It's shifting away from the systems that are not in line with the spirit of democracy, and it's now starting to move through a lot of new entrepreneurial development of people and reorganize itself in ways that are not yet recognized and acknowledged by the conventional systems. And therefore, there's a big call out to the conventional system to recognize these new forms in which people are self-organizing, are coming together, creating also new economic systems, are coming together to be able to coordinate and distribute in a far more inclusive and fair manner, resources as well as responsibilities as well as opportunities. So that's why it's so exciting what we're doing here at the Laszlo Institute, where we are really, exploring these big issues from new paradigm of politics to the new paradigm now in cosmology and on, to getting this fuller understanding really of the transformations that are happening, but are often not mentioned also in the media, and therefore a lot of people are not aware of that.
Just to say, if anyone has a question, they should raise their hand. One thing that caught my attention was when you said like the democracy can happen in real time. I imagine technology can play a major role in that.
Exactly.
Yes. Well, we do have a question from Scroll Raider. If I'm pronouncing your name correctly.
Yes, Scroll Raider. It's just a handle up. I have a hobby of decoding ancient writings, and it has a great deal to do with this cosmos, which we're discussing economics. And one of the models that I depicted from the ancient writings, I pushed through the World Bank, got involved in the creation of a knowledge economy. And the knowledge economy being part of the base of a type 1 civilization progression. Now, and you speak about technology, and I'm curious, what is your thought about how the datification of objects is disintegrating the identity of consciousness? And what's your thoughts on, if this were to continue, how would that roll over as we do when we will transform into a type 1 civilization? Most physicists agree with this, and this is the most challenging time. And these are the most important generations to be on the earth. But most physicists feel that this type 1 civilization is so risky that that is what will destroy us. And what's your thoughts about the role of cosmos in that thinking that will help us make it through that type 1 civilization transition?
Very interesting question. But my own view on this is very often when you're looking at trends, you can see different manifestations of the same trend. So if we're seeing, for example, you have a unification that is happening technologically, but without a consciousness understanding, which can be very harmful. We have also unification that is happening in the way that we're all coming together here and people's heartful understanding of what it means to be human. So what you sometimes see is you have the shadow equivalent of it. So for example, there are people who are envisioning a humanity that becomes very much robotic, algorithmically programmed. If we are distributing decision-making and power and governance more and more to artificial intelligence that's always algorithmically designed, then we are missing fundamentally the quality of consciousness that is not algorithmic, which even Sir Roger Penrose himself stated that even artificial intelligence is in one of his talks that it's not very intelligent, it may be artificial smartness, because consciousness fundamentally is not computational, it's not algorithmic. So I think that the understanding again as cosmos or the cosmic architecture, if we're trying to bring this down again only in terms of a digitized informational without this larger element of the heart that Anne also spoke with, and the element of wisdom in which all of this integrates, then we're on a dangerous trajectory. But it comes down from my view is therefore that the role of education is going to be incredibly important. But also if we're looking where are we heading now with increased potentials of planetary crisis after crisis, given the climate situation that we are in, I think in those moments when your own environment is flooding, or here where we are in Mauritius, where we have cyclone after cyclone, you have fires breaking down, you're not thinking about a digital universe. It's not technology that's going to get you out of that. It's being able in those breakdown conditions to reach out to your neighbors and say, can I help you? How are you doing? So I also have a sense that there is a larger wisdom here that's also facilitating, in some ways we can't yet see or understand yet, the conditions for being able to mature as a species and force us in many ways into a collaboration that is not just technologically based or outcome driven, but that really will come down to the awakening of the heart of humanity.
Sounds good. Let's see, we've got time for one question. Let's see, Peter Enberg, if you can unmute yourself, if you can make your question very concise, and Anneloes will ask for a concise answer, and then we'll be able to take a 15-minute break before we get into the panel discussion. There you are. Great. Go ahead, ask your question.
Thank you, because the issue of education today is really essential. And I'd like to explore with you how we are going from information to wisdom. If you look at the gallery of the people in this seminar, you'll see that there are very few people under 30. And so how to make the exploration of wisdom and the development of wisdom more attractive to the young generations who are coming after us. That's the question.
I love that. And I could talk an hour about that. I'll be very concise. For me, that starts with experience. Introduce children from a very, very early age to be able to relate with life, relate with nature. So wisdom is, for me, it's about the lived knowledge. It's being able to apply that. So help children recognize where the unity is. When they're holding a rock in their hands, help them to feel the earth within that rock and the whole history that is present in that rock. When they're breathing the air, help them understand how that air has been circulating around and around. Help them to experience the universe in them. The wisdom is grown through the heart. Really help children to trust their hearts, because the heart that's in them connects to the heart of the cosmos. And that is the deepest, most innate education that reaches the children also when they're sleeping. So help them trust their hearts. That's my shortest answer that I can give to this.
Wonderful answer, Anneloes. I think it's a message for all of us to trust our hearts, take us all very far forward. We're going to take a 15-minute break, and then we'll come back. We have the breakout rooms first First, we'll have, though, a musical interlude, the breakout room, and then the panel discussion. So a 15-minute break, and then we'll all be coming back. See you then. All right, welcome back. I'm going to turn it over to Nora, who's going to introduce our special music guest. Nora?
Hello, everyone. Yes, so the music that you just heard was from Erwin Laszlo, who is the founder of the Laszlo Institute, as you know. But our next guest, you might be aware of her because she was here yesterday. She's the wonderful Chloe Goodchild, who is a singing philosopher. Well, what does that mean? Chloe is the founder of the Naked Voice, a pioneering experimental vocal training program providing a sound awareness toolkit of conscious core practices, music, audiobooks, and spoken meditations that empower you to find and to embody your authentic voice. Chloe also has a podcast series, which is called Voce Dialogues, or Voices of Compassionate Evolution. This was launched 2 years ago in 2019, and it explores and celebrates the transformative impact of compassion with new paradigm teachers, musicians, authors, artists, social activists, scientists, and entrepreneurs who are making a difference in this world. Chloe sings, teaches, performs, and records on her Naked Voice music label. She is also a presenter and author for Sounds Through Audiobooks and for the Shift Network. Her music is available from Amazon, Spotify, Apple, wherever, and of course on her beautiful website. So I am very, very happy to include Chloe again today to this program, and please welcome her wonderful offerings. Over to you, Chloe.
Thank you so much, Nora. And thank you, everyone. Thank you, the Laszlo Institute. What an incredible weekend. And I just feel so blessed to be here, just being here for once, just being in a receptive mood. So it's very touching just to make a little offering to you. It's my way of expressing my gratitude to this extraordinary evolutionary inquiry that's going on here. And it occurs to me when we're sitting in front of the Zoom all the time that it's so important to find ways of being in this context altogether that enables us to really feel embodied at the same time as very awake to the conversation. So I'd just like to invite you just to bring your hands together and to make a fire with your hands, okay? And you may just want to almost like wash your hands to just really, just open, really give the arms a good little massage. Massage the upper chest, very important, the higher heart, preparing now for the final process of really consolidating with the panel, the final questions and conclusions for this moment in time. So, and then just tapping the top of your head, so just really open the crown awareness into the higher frequencies of love, and then maybe even just to give your shoulders a little bit of a tapping there, all the way down, and even just just enjoy making some sound. Seeing as we're using our voices all the time, to communicate this essential information. The voice is such a messenger. It's such a conduit, isn't it? It's such a metaphor. It's a musicianship. Yeah, and it's really is the messenger of the metaphysical understanding of what we're really learning to embody here, which is amazing, absolutely amazing. So, okay, and then maybe just take that right down to your feet. So just give your feet a little tap on the ground, you know, and maybe even if you're able to, just get up just push your bum off the seat and then just come back down again. Just let yourself absolutely, so you're really solid in your root chakra. Okay. Okay, and then just finally, just to shake the shoulders and just shake some sound right through the body. And then laughing is also a good idea. Always laughing, crying, just expressing the raw sound of the soul is just, any opportunity to do that is so important. But what's as important as that is to ask what quality of silence the voice leaves behind. So one little exercise for you to consider taking away is to just simply take a big breath and just sigh out, first of all. Just big breath. Wow, what an amazing weekend. Just like, oh, was I lucky to be here, you know? Just breathing in. And we're still here. We are so blessed. And just find yourself smiling as you sigh out, okay? And then just let that sound go a little bit further to the other side of the room. Big breath in. Yeah. And now just let your eyes gently, softly close and just be aware of the silence that follows that sound. And consider doing this every day, you know, and to get this lovely connection between your sound, your soul's voice, and the silence that is at the source of it. So a little bit of a just listening moment now to that. What quality of silence does my voice leave behind? Beautiful. And Anneloes was just beginning to ask the question. Wow, what a beautiful, beautiful two presentations from two of my most beloved women friends. Anne Baring, many of you will know, if you can bear me to say, tell everyone that may not know that it is I think it's your 50th birthday, actually, looking at you. But it's apparently your 90th birthday, which is really difficult to believe looking at you. So huge love to you for the next 90 years that are evolving from now. And to, sometimes you can sing the question, okay? So sometimes what I like to do is go, and this is, when I'm singing to my soul, and I have a little birthday gift actually for Anne following this. Dear soul, dear soul, what is my life consecrated to? This is a musical mode called the Lydian mode, and it has an augmented fourth, which was abolished by the Christian church for a period of time as making people too happy and too open-hearted, which is quite kind of interesting in the light of what Anne was sharing with us in terms of the cosmologies. But we forgive, we just return to this amazing melody line. Dear soul, dear soul, consecrated to. Would you like to just to join me with that? Dear soul, what is my life consecrated to? Something to take away and sing anytime you are inspired to. Dear soul, dear soul, what is my life consecrated to? And then again, just letting the silence be there at the end, and just really letting that question sink into every cell of the unified field of the human body and soul. And you can just carry on anytime. We have to dissolve. One of the things I think we have to dissolve in terms of really learning how to navigate these times is to collapse the dimensions between speaking and singing. The more we do this, I'm discovering with people over many decades, is that once you realize you're singing all the time, the soul has more freedom to communicate itself without fear, with presence, with humility, with conscience, all the things that I've been learning about this weekend. And with sovereignty, and it's to the sovereignty of the goddess that I dedicate this chant, which I've been singing for many years. It's a chant to the Mother of the Universe, and I found I was given it about 20 years ago, and then I was able to share it for its Sanskritic sound with my indigenous friends up in northern Montana. And when they heard it, because they had to hear it in order to be willing to share information with me, they said, we have to hear your sound before we're willing to share anything with you. They were so surprised. They were absolutely shocked, because they said, we don't understand how you know that, because that is the same melody line, the same rhythm, the same vibration as one of our high pipe ceremonies. And we thought that was secret. So I just leave you with that koan, and that koan of the secret of oneness. Om Anandamayi. This is for you, Anne, and everyone. Chaitanyamayi. Satya Mayi Paramesh Wari Om Anandamayi Chaitanyamayi, awakened mother, Satya Mayi, mother of being, Paramesh Wari, mother beyond all form. Anandamayi, Chaitanyamayi, Satya Mayi, Blissful mother, awakened mother, mother of being, mother beyond all form. Just join me in whatever way feels Chaitanyamai, Chaitanyamai, Satya, Satya, Mai, Parameshwari. All our mothers, all our ancestral mothers and fathers, all our indigenous wisdom elders, Anandamayi, all those of us, millions of people reconnecting nature, soul and spirit as one reality, Chaitanyamayi, Satya. And just humming, bring it right inside, bring the Great Mother right inside your body. And the Great Oneness.
Thank you, Chloe.
Thank you. Thank you, everyone. And happy birthday, Jasmine, as well. Amazing. Two mighty wisdom elders having birthdays at the same time. Amazing. Thank you so much. Thank you, everyone, for your
Thank
listening.
you.
Can we just sit for a moment, as Anneloes called us to do as well earlier, and just sit for a moment? We need to stay on time, but at the same time, this is a sacred space, and we're trying to keep ourselves on the time schedule, but we want to honor what has just reverberated, what Chloe has brought us into this sacred space as well, through toning, through tuning, through being. So this resonance space, we are brought into the opportunity to work with this and make it into a consonance, not just resonance, but a consonance space where we connect with each other in true harmony of soul and spirit. Let's just take one moment to want to, again, just close your eyes in silence. Ashe, Om. Thank you so much to everyone, because we are co-creating this field. Richard.
Thank you, Alexander. Thank you again, Chloe. So refreshing. So we're now going to have time for everyone to communicate with one another in breakout rooms. And we're going to go randomly into different rooms. You all might find interesting is how many different countries of the world are being represented. Like we had Fred from Singapore, Amit from India, Anneloes from the Netherlands, and from Britain. Alexander's in Argentina. I'm in the US. So when you go in your breakout room, you may also encounter people from all over the world. I suggest maybe first getting to know each other, and then the question that I'm suggesting, but as Alexander said yesterday, you don't need to keep to this topic. You can discuss anything that you feel you would like to discuss. This afternoon, the question is, how have your views been modified or inspired by what you've heard over this weekend? I think we're ready to go into our breakout rooms.
And just to help you, because as we go into the breakout rooms today, it's going to be a little bit different from last time. So you will be invited to click on join breakout rooms. It's not going to go automatically. You'll get a little dialogue box will pop up, and then you will click join breakout rooms. You will have 20 minutes in the breakout rooms. And again, listen with humility, listen with acceptance, listen for co-creating meaning. So this is the space of engagement that we're inviting you to be with each other in the co-creation of meaning. 20 minutes. All right, let's go to our breakout rooms.
Okay, welcome back. Hope you all had a rewarding discussion with one another, got to know one another a little bit, and shared some of what you've been experiencing during this symposium. In a minute, I'm going to start the panel discussion. Prior to that, we're going to get a couple comments from people who are in the audience. And Alexander, I'll turn that over to you to introduce.
Yeah, thank you so much. I hope you've had a nice chance to be able to share a few things. We'll take 3 comments only because we need to move ahead. So I'm going to suggest here that we listen first to, and let me mention all 3 people first so that people can get ready, that we listen to Karen, and then Viola Edwards, if you were there, please be ready. And then George will be also given the moment to share some things. So George O'Neill, Viola Edwards, but we'll go Karen, Viola, and George in that order, please. Karen.
Thank you so much, and thank you for this brilliant conference. It's really been very invigorating and landing me in my own trust of my place in the universe and my relationship with the universe. My question is, and encouragement is, would you all please share the practices that you use on a daily basis to maintain that relationship that you have with the universe, so that it's not just a concept, but it's something that you live in your being and in your body, so that it comes forward in the kind of leadership or actions that you take. That I see a big difference in leaders between when they have the idea and when they have it embodied and are capable of living it in their world. So I just would love to hear about some of your own practices and ways that you anchor that, bring it in to everyday life. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Karen. Wonderful. And this is the idea. We're supposed to be, we're not supposed to do anything. This is open. But the invitation is to do more than just think these thinky thoughts, but to see how do we embody this and how do we enact this. Indeed, it's not so much about enacting it, but it's being enacted. This is what we're learning here. But how are we being enacted by this living cosmos? Viola Edwards, are you there? And can we hear from you?
Yes, I'm here. Hello, everybody. I introduce my husband, Michael de Glanville, who's been with me kindly. So I did enjoy very much this break room, and I would say it in a couple of sentences. What we come into a conclusion: the importance of relationship and the importance of love. And one of our colleagues said, tap spirituality in our daily life. In how we do that, this is the challenge in modeling and living our spirituality while we're accepting our humanity. However, our neuroses come up and accepting our shadows, and this is what part of how we live our spirituality in daily life. So that was one of the major things I would say that we get at the end. And thank you very much for this space. And it's something that we really keep doing. And in some moment, I also said the importance of relationship. If the newborn baby, when the baby has the first breath out, and we have a whole project about first breath with the Institute, could talk, it said, I exist. But if the baby could talk a little bit more, he or she will say, you exist, those people who I relate with, that they take care of me and are part of my universe, and that starts from the beginning of our time. Yes, thank you very much for this space.
Thank you so much for that reminder, Viola. And it really echoes and builds on the things that several people were already saying, Anneloes in particular, and also Anne were talking about this birthing process and birth with dignity. You know, birth is sacred, and this is what we are part of right now. So thank you for reminding us and bringing us into this space. Let's turn now to George O'Neill. If you are here and you would like to share.
And my name is Hanlon, and I'm in Las Vegas, Nevada. I'm with Faith Connections, and we're trying to merge people with mental illness with people who are supposedly helping people. If you know what it means, in the 60s, the personal is political. You know, and a woman doesn't need a man like a fish doesn't need a bicycle. You know, I mean, you guys have really done a great job. If I never see you again, you've revolutionized me, gave me hope, and you've really birthed, you know, ideas I really believed of in the 60s. And I think you made a contribution to my life. And if there's any way we can help you in Las Vegas, carry the message. I suppose we can send you money, but I don't have much of that. But I hope you keep doing what you're doing, because the idea of poetry and science, some people would say all religion is just metaphor. And in a way, you guys are part of my new religion. And I'm a Catholic, one of you guys. And I'm going to shut up. Thanks for letting me share.
Just want to say, Richard, I'll pass it to you in a moment, but George, that was beautiful. I think we are each other's religion in this frame, and that is truly beautiful. How can you be part of this? Stay connected with each other. There's a field that is emerging here. Stay connected also through the Laszlo Institute. Even if you don't have the ability to donate, you can share the work that we're doing with others. Word of mouth or word of social media goes a long way also to be able to contribute to what we are seeking to do together. And it's together. That's the key thing here. So you got in the chat, Nora is helping and put there a little bit the links. So stay connected. Richard, is back to you and on to the panel.
Thank you, Alexander. And I invite all the panelists to come up on stage. So what we're going to have now is a panel discussion from various presenters who were here yesterday and today. And we're going to have several different topics, different questions to ask them. And if time allows, we'll take some questions from the audience. I am also going to participate in the latter half. In the first half, I'll act as a moderator, and then I'll change hats and become one of the presenters, and Alexander will take over responsibility from that point. So we have about 45 minutes. I'm going to start with a very specific question to Federico, but all of the panelists can also give an answer. And then I'll have some more general questions after that. So the first question, Federico, I'm going to ask is, I loved your talk yesterday on consciousness. So my question is, neuroscience tells us that there are very specific parts of the brain that can perform very specific functions. For example, there's an area that can recognize faces. Another area can recognize words. And so I'm wondering, in your framework, how does it go from that neural activity into consciousness?
The cells do not use information the way we understand information in science. The informational computers, they are bits. The bits are simply agreements that we have with physical structure that work as statistical systems, classical systems. And so a bit is simply, a agreement that if the voltage in a node of a circuit is between this level and that level is a 0, and if it is between another level and a fourth level is a 1. So that is not the type of information that we have in living cells. In living cells, we have atoms, molecules, we have elementary particles, protons, that are actually, that you have to take as information, as matter. In other words, they are molecules with which the living system construct other molecules after structures, or they are molecules that are broken apart to give you energy. So there is information, energy, and matter. And they are all rolled into one. You cannot break them apart. Sometimes the particle, as it carries information, some other times it carries itself as matter or itself as energy. I call that live information. That live information, there are atoms and molecules in space-time, which are actually the symbols that conscious entities which are not in space-time, they're in a vaster reality, use to communicate with a living organism. So in other words, my consciousness does not exist in space-time like my body does. And my consciousness communicates with my body with live symbols, not with the abstract symbols like the bits. The quantum information is actually a representation of the meaning that is within my consciousness. So it's the way through mathematics we are representing what we experience. But so I distinguish between consciousness space, which is a space that can be represented by Hilbert space, mathematics in Hilbert space, versus the informational space, which is made of live information, not abstract information, live information, which exists in space-time. I call that I space, information space, or information space. The two are working together. They're inseparable from each other. So it's not like you have a separation between live information and meaning, which is what you get when you have an experience. So that's how there is a communication between my conscious self, which is more than the body, and the body, which is, however, an integral part of who I am. But it is really a symbolic entity, because the ultimate essence is in the interaction between I space and C space.
Well, very interesting. I don't know if any of the other panel members want to address that question, the relationship between consciousness and the brain.
Thank you, Federico. It's so good to see you again. And I can't tell you how wonderful it is to be with everyone, and Anneloes and Anne. Oh, Anne, bless you. Oh, gosh. Federico, I agree with you. I think what we're coming towards, all of us, is a perspective that in some way cosmic mind articulates itself as meaningful information, and how we call it live information, or as David Bohm called it, active information. It's something that is fundamental to the nature of reality. And in my
framework. It is cosmic consciousness expressing itself, not just as a universal alphabet of ones and zeros, because that is not sufficient, but in whatever way that alphabet becomes meaning. And how then does cosmic mind co-create a universe of meaning that exists essentially to evolve? And that universe of meaning is multidimensional. So Anne, it naturally encompasses archetypal consciousness, Jungian awareness, multidimensionality. And Anneloes, it naturally, as we've worked together, this sense of infodynamics, I'd love you to speak more about it, is a way in which this cosmic awareness, this cosmic consciousness articulates itself in a meaning evolving universe of which we're all part of the whole. And this is where I feel we're all coming together. And however the slightly different parallax of our perspectives is, we're all in the same direction. And I'm just overjoyed to be part of this journey for us all together, and everyone on this call and everyone on this. And, you know, if we follow where the evidence is leading us, we'll continue to, you know, co-create a reality that supports us and empowers us and inspires us to what I personally feel is an amazing potential for conscious evolution. But I'd like to pass the talking stick over to both Anne and Anneloes in this response to Richard's question and Frederico's starting us and me continuing us.
I think that looking at my own life and looking at the friends that I've gathered around me, or that we've been gathered together in this group here, there's no question that we aren't guided. And it's like those fairy tales where the seeds are laid out, you know, through the forest, and the younger son or whoever it is has to follow the trail of the seeds, and then it leads him to the place where he's meant to be, and there he meets an old woman or an old man who tells him the wisdom of life. Then he finds the treasure, and it is a fairy tale, absolutely. And I think that I sent Federico a talk that I gave on alchemy about 2 or 3 weeks ago. I got some facts wrong about the actual things that he'd done, but we had a little brief correspondence, and that in itself is to me a miracle, you know, that this should happen, and that I'm here with all of you. So, and I've looked at my own life now, I'm very old, and I'm looking back at how I was guided from the age of 15 to look for the quest for the grail, really, follow the seeds, follow the signs, which weren't very clear when you're young. They're not very clear usually, although they were in your case, Jude, because you had these experiences. But for most of us, it's been a long labor, really, to come to this point where I feel we're being gathered, definitely, by the universe or the cosmos to work together to create this new civilization, this new form of education that Anneloes was speaking about, this new kind of regenerative agriculture. All these different fields need attention with the input that we are being guided and we're being taught how to come back into harmony with the cosmos, because we've been out of harmony for 4,000 years. And we need to find ways, all of us in our different lives, contribute to finding the ways which create this harmonic resonance again. But there's no doubt, I think it's wonderful that we're all gathered together and we're working together and we're bringing together our gifts and our experiences, and to be able to take them further in harmony with each other. That's absolutely wonderful, I think. So I'm very grateful to be here with all of you.
Thank you, Anne. Anneloes, would you like to?
Yes, thank you. Thank you. Wow, I love this conversation. So to follow on from the hint of what Jude was giving also about the informational dynamics, they're indeed very, very important. And I just want to reference there some of the research that's come out of ecological psychology about young infancy. And what they're seeing that what children are needing in order to not just learn, but learn in such a way that it becomes developmental, is the capacity to be able to explore the informational dynamics within their environment and in themselves. And that's not the same as just informational content, as cognitive information, as things that they were told. And so what you see something remarkable here is that life actually helps always to develop the sensory organs that can then make use of the informational potentials and dynamics within the field in such a way that that becomes a meaning creation process. Again, that's very important with education, because if you think education is only giving kids information, but we're not working with the fundamental informational dynamics of the universe, of how a universe learns and develops, then we are not actually stimulating the whole self-development of the child, of the human, and we get these very strange human beings, that we've been cultivating now, that have a partial view of life. So if we really get back to those basics, that the universe itself, it's very, very intelligent. It develops also its own sensory organs in order to be able to explore also all the informational potentials and dynamics so that it becomes localized and embodied, as Jude also explained yesterday, embodied complexity. And that process is a process of self-actualization through which consciousness actualizes its cosmological potentials that are here. Yeah, so this is really meaningful information. I agree. Thank you.
All right, great. Thank you, Anneloes. So the second question is a more general question for the panel, and that is the cosmologies that we've heard from today and yesterday take science into account. We use scientific theories, sometimes quantum theory, other theories of science. My question is, you as panelists, how important do you feel it is that the scientific community subscribe to the new paradigm cosmologies that are emerging?
I love that Federico comes to this wonderful back. We come from sort of slightly convergent perspectives. I have to say I'm of the Buckminster Fuller view that says rather than try and fight something that is resistant, we sing a better song. And it seems to me that the old paradigm of materialist separatism is being so life-limiting and so now to the point of unsustainability and existential crisis. So for me, what I'm so thrilled and excited about is there are new discoveries and ever compelling evidence to show that old perspective, that old paradigm of materialist separatism is fundamentally incorrect. And it's not that we're throwing out all the science of 300-400 years. We're building on the science of Newton. We're building on the science of James Clerk Maxwell and Faraday and Planck and Einstein and others. And we're expanding it to welcome in consciousness as being fundamental. And yet the old paradigm of materialist separatism, I think, is dying in the same way that the 19th century mechanical perspective gave way because the evidence supported a different perspective, an expanded perspective. So for me, it's not about fighting anything. It's not about being in conflict with anything. It's actually following where the evidence leads, which has been the basic premise of scientific inquiry for centuries. But it's also, and this is, I think, coming back to what Federico said, and we're all saying, isn't it amazing that almost unless we experience this sense of interconnectedness directly for ourselves, it's actually very difficult to overcome a perspective that the appearance of our universe is separate and material. But I think for all of us here and all of us on the call, in some way or other, we've undertaken our own inner journey of discovery and a realization and a remembering of the ultimate wholeness, oneness of all that is, and the ultimate interconnectedness and unity of all that is. And that sustained us in following an evidence that actually is supporting that too. So for me, it's not about fighting or conflicting as anything. It's actually just sharing my own perspective without imposition and following the evidence wherever it may lead. And it seems to me that the evidence is guiding us, inviting us into a remembering of wholeness and of unity expressed in amazing and wondrous diversity.
Thank you, Jude. Wonderful. So, Federico?
Yes, I think science works quite well to explain the material world, the way it works, and the progress has been tremendous. So science is perfect for doing that. But if we interpret what science is saying based on a certain position, which is that we start with mathematical equations and everything derives from mathematical equations, then what we have a universe which is supposed to be deterministic in many ways, even if the determinism is in the probability amplitudes that are described by those equations. And they are described by those equations with a framework in which, due to unitarity, I'm sorry to use terminology which is specialistic, but if you ask that the world be display unitarity, you have a deterministic world in the probability amplitudes with which you describe the world. This is one of the contributions of Dariano, Professor Dariano, to show that unitarity is actually a non-falsifiable assumption. And so it should be abandoned. It came with the description of quantum physics from famous von Neumann as a postulate. But if you have that postulate, there is no free will. And so science needs to change something substantial about the way they look at the world. The most substantial thing that needs to be changed is the interpretation of what reality is, as opposed to the actual workings of science and the fact that there is an unbelievable experimental evidence for what science is telling us. So it's making a step forward in accepting that consciousness and free will must be fundamental, because if you don't accept that, the conclusion is absolutely firm that the universe is pointless. And if the universe is pointless, then our life is pointless. Anything else that follows is pointless, because the universe for science is everything that exists. So it is true. I mean, I agree with Jude that we need to, we don't want, I don't want to turn this into a fight. That's far from me to want a fight. I want the evidence of reasoning and showing that through reasoning, that certain postulates, for example, are not correct, and therefore we should accept that there are things that we still don't know. See, when scientists believe that they know everything, we got a problem, and because we then exclude this stuff that gives meaning to life and to the universe. And I stop here.
All right, very good.
Something that we're in an alchemical retort at the moment. The whole world is in this alchemical retort. And so you're going to have the old mixture of the old science with the new mixture of the new science that's coming in, and it's all being in a chaotic state of confusion. The massa confusa is what the alchemists call it. But out of that will come this new creation, whatever it may be. Even out of the tension of the opposites, there comes the new creation. So I think we have to trust the process here. I do know that Nassim Haramein and Greg Braden, for instance, are actually starting an 8-week course at the moment in which they're showing that many scientists are accepting this new paradigm and are leaving the old one because it hasn't given them anything more than a pointless universe, just what Federico said. And they're looking for something more with their heart, so to speak. They want something which gives them more satisfaction. So they're gradually, I think, coming over to a different way of thinking, and that's very positive. But with alchemy, you have a state of chaos, but that is important in order to produce the new state of order. So we have to trust the process, I think.
All right, thank you, Anne. And yes, Anneloes.
I also think there's a new paradigm way of being able to create the bridges between the old paradigm scientific endeavors and the new ways of working. I think it's very important, not just the attitude of the science needs to take it serious, but we need to ourselves make the effort within the scientific world to bring these explorations. You know, I on purpose did my PhD at a conventional university, Maastricht University, at Maastricht Sustainability Institute, where this is all part of system sciences. I left science 20 years before that. I was first doing a PhD at Australian National University. This was in 1998. Then the time clearly wasn't ready for my questions. I went on a different journey where exploring the inner cosmos. And then in 2014, I went back into science and I thought, now the time is ready. And then went through the very painstaking journey of publishing in mainstream fields. You know, Jude and I published an article there, Alexander and I published an article there to bring this there, but also within these conventional scientific contexts to create new methodologies for being able to bring these new knowledge systems there as well. So for me, it's not just about sitting here and saying, well, they have to take us serious. That to me is still a dualistic way of working. We're really new paradigm people. We also will be these change makers. We'll be working, you know, with the people from. Don't even see them as old paradigm. The moment we start to label people, oh, that's an old paradigm institution, that's an old paradigm person, we can't communicate. So reach also out to the curiosity in all of these people and start to have the conversation. Sometimes that meant for me, you have the conversation in the hallway, in the kitchen, not just in the official rooms, but you kindle the curiosity, you kindle the bridge, you start working the relationship, you find a little way to get this question in. In my case, it was getting system sensing accepted as a methodology for the research I was doing on the ground in researching the transformational dynamics of organizational development based on understanding the cosmological ways of learning and development. And that system sensing was then accepted as a form of knowledge creation and not just systems thinking and system dynamics and systems modeling. Let's all together be transformative in the way that we are getting this integrated, not just another old versus new. Yes, Jude.
Thanks, Anneloes. Thank you for reminding me and re-hearting me of that. Yes, I agree. I wholeheartedly agree. And it's not about sort of labeling anyone in that perspective, because my sense is, and as Anne said, we're in this sort of alchemical cauldron of breakdown and breakthrough. It reminded me, though, when you said that, when I did my PhD in 2005, I actually dedicated my PhD in ancient cosmologies to discarnate guardians of the landscape. The PhD is in the British Library and it's accepted as an academic text, and it acknowledges and recognises discarnate guidance. So there is deep within whatever is happening now, and I love Anne's trust the process, that there is a stirring, there is a awakening, there is a coming forth of so much, and for us to be open. We started with curiosity, so to continue our journey of curiosity and openness and invite and welcoming and trusting the process. So thank you.
Also, it's accelerating, because in my lifetime, I've seen a tremendous acceleration, even in the last 2 or 3 years. It's astounding. I really think so. And there's so many people all over the world who are joined in with what we're talking about and who are in their different departments are working away, whether it's with the environment or whether it's with children or whatever. The only place it doesn't seem to be affecting is politics so far, but maybe that will come. Maybe the castle will crumble or the walls will crumble when the trumpet is blown.
Or maybe the people who follow this path that we're on remove ourselves from politics. It seems. But I'm going to turn it over. Yes. I'm going to turn it over to Alexander, and I'm going to switch roles and become a presenter. I'll let you take over for now, Alexander.
Perfect. I was just about to jump in anyway, as you see, so we're already on the same wavelength. And just to share it exactly, and what you were just saying about politics, you know that the first symposium of the Laszlo Institute was on the new paradigm in politics. And anyone who's interested in that, please, you can get a chance to see all that happened on the Laszlo Institute YouTube channel. So that's still there. And you can also check it on the webpage of the Laszlo Institute. We did really explore that in very interesting ways. Of course, we didn't resolve it, but we have opened up that with the first symposium. And Anneloes and I, in fact, were the ones to then write the social science research report on that symposium. She's the lead author, and that's going to be coming out as a published volume in select books very soon. Let me just ask a few questions. I have 3 questions. We have like 18 minutes left. Let's see if we can get everyone to respond to these questions here, including Richard. So my first question has to do with something that Jude brought up. She's using the expression, Jude using the expression of remembering our wholeness, right? And it reminds me of this expression of Pablo Neruda, who talks about recuerdos del porvenir, as he says in Spanish, which is memories of things yet to come. And this goes to a question from one of the audience members. Chris Hudson says, it seems that central to any cosmology is some view of causation, of what are possible causes for events in nature, and that we need to greatly expand what we consider as possible. If any of you could comment on whether there is any role for retro causation or backward in time causation, it would be appreciated. And just to mention, this comes from, it relates to also one of the other presenters, Adrian Klein. He was talking about retro causation as well. Please.
Thank you. And these are really important questions. Personally, for me, 2 things. The model that has come forward with these 3 laws of infodynamics, which overlight quantum physics, relativity physics, and is a framework, a cosmology of consciousness, and evolution, really points to within space-time there being this arrow of time from the first moment of the big breath to now and onwards. And therefore within space-time, this sense of causality. And yet this perspective of non-locally whole universe is that our universe exists and evolves as a non-locally connected unified entity. So this allows synchronicities to occur, all of the supernormal phenomena to occur without violating that causation within space-time. And then we have this perspective of retrocausation, as both Chris and Adrian have brought forward. And where I am at the moment on this is there's been some wonderful work done by a researcher, and I may get the name wrong, so I apologize, but Adelman, and I write about this in the Cosmic Hologram, that suggests that there's a particular type of experiment called the double slit experiment and the pre-choice experiment within that scenario that suggests the possibility of retrocausation. And what he's saying is actually not. It's a bias of measurement. And it's a perspective of where the perception of separation occurs when it doesn't. So I'm happy to send to anyone who's interested in this particular question the summation of that analysis that suggests that actually retrocausation of itself does not occur within space-time unless there is a non-measurement. So in other words, if there's not an awareness, if there's not a measurement, then retrocausation has a loophole. But I think it's a very, very small loophole, because what we're seeing as the entire universe is a universe that by existing to evolve and by an inner flow of time, that retrocausation, if it violates causation, retrocausation, if it violates causation anyway, is not, it does not occur. It is forbidden in that regard.
My view, 2 things. One is that no signal, no information from the future can come back in time. Information, I'm talking about information. There may be something that may appear but it's not really information. Just like with entangled particles, for example, you have simultaneity even when the two particles are so far apart that no signal could travel between the two. So that's one point. The other thing is that our sense of time, what is time in the normal experience that we have, is not well understood. To me, the ultimate causation is actually free will actions, because free will actions cannot be predicted by any algorithm or by any law, otherwise they wouldn't be free. That doesn't mean that entities that make free will actions, can capriciously do whatever they want. In fact, in that world, cooperation is foundational. They cannot be the kind of competition that we consider the rule of the day of the rules of the game. So in a world where there is free will, then there are decisions which are creations that are free, and there is one before the other. So there is a natural arrow in a sense of time, which is, that this decision came after that decision. And ultimately it is the source, the true cause is a free will decision. It's not a physical cause that derives from a free will decision if consciousness and free will are fundamental.
Thank you, Federico. I'm going to Anneloes. I know that you have also been a lot on this idea of sensing into future possibility states, the potentials, and collapsing those perhaps by engaging with those and observing in a certain way. Tell us, what is your view on this?
Exactly. Well, my view of future is that it's actually information that's in a superposition state of possibility, because it's the very information that's going to create that future. That actually information was there before already as well. So that's non-local. So that's not bound by space and time, and it's within the imaginal within us, which is not, as I said earlier, not just imaginative, but the imaginal where it's not predetermined, where you were saying, Federico. So it's not deterministic. This is where we can already access these future potentials, therefore. And that's when we start to identify with that and we start to engage it and participate, we actually localize it and it becomes embodied within us. And as soon as those informational dynamics and potentials become embodied within us, there is a causative flow. And in that same way, we could perhaps look at this retrocausation also as a way of how have we internalized what we call past. So if we shift and change the internalization of time within us, then there's also a different dynamic of our relationship with what we consider past or what we consider even time itself. And that sets up different dynamics and different patterns around us. And the universe is always responsive. So that also means that we are then attracting different possibilities. But I like to think of it more as a holotropic attractor, the future itself as a holotropic attractor that attracts us towards greater actualization. And that's that flow exactly that Jude was talking about. Therefore, not so much as the dualistic causative narrative that a lot of people, I feel, have been kind of trapped in, which sometimes can create a very fearful universe. So think of the universe as attracting us towards greater realization of the wholeness that's given.
Thank you so much. I'm going to move the conversation along and invite Richard and Anne to be the first ones to respond to the next question. But this clarification also, and it's great what you just shared also, Anneloes, because it is helping us think in ways that break us out of the linear causality framework in a deterministic world and help us live into a probabilistic, and more than that, what Federico is also talking about with the role of will, it's a possibilistic world where we can start to actually find ways of sensing into the possibility space and then finding ways as we tap into that, into this more implicate order domain. Anyway, I'm not supposed to be speaking here. Sorry, I get carried away because it's such powerful stuff. But let me ask my next question then we'll start with Richard, since you haven't spoken yet as a speaker, and then Anne, and then we'll turn to the other three. Federico talks about will and talks about also the intelligent cosmos. What does the universe want? Richard?
Well, I would say that the universe wants to acquire consciousness. Or let me go back even saying that the entity that from which the universe emerges wants to acquire consciousness. I believe that the transcendent reality, that which lies beyond the universe, and which I believe is infinite, eternal, unified, and oneness, starts in a state of unconsciousness, and the purpose of the universe is to acquire consciousness, and the human being is the mechanism, the final, in the whole evolution of the universe, to finally have consciousness, which can then be used to acquire consciousness of that transcendent reality, and that every human being has the potential to become aware, know, and see, and become one with that transcendent reality. And in that process, it becomes conscious of itself.
Thank you. Anne?
Yeah, I was thinking, I used to have channeled messages through my mother, and I remember that some of them said there was a program for the planet which they hoped it would fulfill. It would complete its evolution one day, as other planetary systems in the cosmos had already done. So I get a sense of a sort of cosmic order in which consciousness develops in different planetary systems, including this one, but it doesn't necessarily guarantee that the thing is going to work in the end. We have the choice, that's why we have free will and choice of making it come about, as it were. But I'm looking at I think the cosmos has created this thing that we're in at the moment in order to discover what it might be like to live in a different way, as it were, to try a different method of living or discovering. And we're part of that experiment. But it's becoming more than an experiment. It's becoming now a goal, if you like, a conscious goal as we become more conscious. I mean, look back at 30, 40 years ago, this conversation could never have taken place because people weren't sufficiently conscious or aware to have it. So I think there's been huge progress, and that's why I say everything is accelerating now. And so the cosmos must be pleased at this conversation that we're having and give us all a pat on the back and say, go further, don't stop there, and pay attention to your intuitions, and don't pay attention to what's happening in the ordinary world, because that's the world which really needs to be surmounted, or what's the word? It needs not left behind exactly, but if we get too bogged down in the world as it is, we lose heart and we don't know what to do. Whereas if we focus on what we want to bring into being, this new consciousness, we can do many things, as Anneloes is saying, that, and Jude, many things are possible when we think that things are possible. And so we bring them into being because of that sense of possibility and inherent hope and interest as the cosmos itself.
So, and this is about self-transcendence is what I'm hearing in a really fundamental way. And how do we do that as part of the transcendence of the universe? And of the cosmos, sorry, in a more specific way.
I want to add in here, I have a great friend called Chris Bache, who took this extraordinary psychedelic journey into the heart of the cosmos. And he says the next step is really for us to become diamond souls. And that's a lovely image, I think. We go from what we are into a conscious becoming of what we could be, what is our potential as diamond souls on this planet, in which we do what is meant to be doing, what we're meant to be doing for the planet, as an integrated part of the planet, not as something separate, but something that's part of its life, and as at the same time part of the cosmic life. So I think that's a lovely idea, to have the image of the diamond soul that's coming into being. We can assist this process by all the different things that we're contributing ourselves. I think that's all I have to say.
Thank you so much. And again, this is one of the dynamics of self-transcendence. I'm aware of the possibility that we may be anthropomorphizing and personifying in human form the will of the cosmos. Reflections again on what the cosmos wants, and is this inappropriate anthropomorphizing? Let me turn first to Federico.
Well, to me, what one wants, which is the universe, all that exists, is to know itself and to fulfill itself through the knowing of itself. So if you start with that position, then the knowing itself is becoming conscious. You go from some unconsciousness, which, however, I don't call it non-existence. I call it simply potential existence, because non-existence is the negation. You cannot even talk about non-existence, so it's just the semantics here. But to me, that is simply potential existence, something which is unconscious, and that it comes into existence by becoming conscious of itself. Once something becomes conscious of itself, it's like a birth. And so from that point on, that consciousness continues to evolve through communication between conscious entities. And so you have a co-evolution of the symbolic reality, which would be like the physical reality, and the inner reality, which is the semantic reality. So you have this continuing growth that appears in the physical world as ever more complex things, like human bodies, which are enormously complex. The consciousness, which is behind, which is the inner experience, the meaning that the evolving consciousness gather through its long evolution.
Federico, thank you. I'm going to, then we have two more, we'll wrap up this. We have basically 2 more minutes, so relatively brief. Turn to Anneloes and the last word with Jude.
The following is not a scientific, but a spiritual vision to answer your question. When I was sharing this slide about the beginning of the universe and then its possible future, and you see this fire in the beginning, or Jude was saying yesterday, it begins very hot. In the end, you have the informational content increases and the temperature going down. Now, the vision that I'm holding for that is that the sacred fire, the alchemical fire that Anne spoke of, has now become embodied in all of us. So rather than it being this singularity or original point, it's like that sacred fire, that deep love, that within which is the full journey of our discovery, of our exploration, of our self-actualization, is now fully in. It's become its completeness. So for me, the desire of the cosmos and its will is within that evolutionary impulse, and I find that truly a mystical journey. Yes, I'm in awe of this process.
Thank you so much. Jude.
Thank you, everyone. I'm coming back to a question I asked when I began to write Gaia her story, or she began to write me. And the question was, why? Why? Why did an infinite and eternal cosmic mind co-create a great thought that we're beginning to understand as our universe? I was in wonder at the audacity of the visionary magnificence of why and how could the infinite eternal mind of the cosmos dream the perfect intimacy, intricacy, and evolutionary impulse of such a thought. And at the end of the book, what I came to was a perception of an answer. And what I sense is the story of a universe that learns through its holographic and holarchic manifestation, and through its exploration, experience, and evolutionary reflections to further know itself, which is what we're all in our different ways are suggesting. Its innate unity through the co-creative appearance of its dualities with their universal and alchemical masculine and feminine attributes, then reconciles in the trinities of the child expressions. Their flourishing in the diversity and complexity of its ongoing journey will eventually come full circle, full spiral, from unity to unity in diversity, to a remembered unity in belonging, and an ultimate return to unity. That's my sense of an answer to why and how we're here as we stand together on the bow wave of our universe soul's evolutionary impulse and potential. And I'm just so grateful we are together here and now.
Thank you so much, Jude. Thank you, Anne. Thank you, Anneloes. Thank you, Federico. Thank you, Richard. We are now at the end of the symposium, at the end of our time. And in the next 15 minutes, we'll just do a brief wrap up. There are a couple more things. So if you stay with us for 15 minutes, we will bring this entire thing to a beginning. And so I'm going to share with you a few reflections and a few quotes that have come up. Then I'll pass it to Richard, and then Richard will pass it back to me for a little surprise. Ervin Laszlo began the entire symposium saying that he is fundamentally hopeful that we are living in a time of great challenge. And Anne also, Anne Baring, was talking about the way in which this is a time when we are being particularly challenged. Even the pandemic and other challenges of climate and so on are asking us to reconnect with ourselves, with each other, with nature, with our ancestors and future generations, and with truly the deep underlying spirit of the cosmos itself. This hopefulness that we are now actually, some people talk about it as waking up, some people talking about it as the great realization, etc. It doesn't matter how we label it, but the understanding that we are fundamentally interconnected and that we co-arise with all of everything is coming out of these new paradigm cosmologies. Another thing that came out of this panel right now, the conversation that we were talking about, and Jude summarized it at the end, picking up on something Federico was saying, which echoed what Anneloes was saying, which was well expressed in what everyone was talking about, how this intelligent universe that we're in, it's not a sterile universe of cold, uncaring, distant forces. It is actually a cradle of our own being and becoming. And that the universe, or let's take it at the bigger frame, the cosmos, is seeking to know itself. Federico emphasized that, and Jude just said that again at the very end. Ram Dass said, we are all just walking each other home. We're all just walking each other home. And in this process of coming to know itself, we are accompanying each other and truly being accompanied by each other and the universe, and accompanying the universe. Which is accompanying which? This is the paradox, but the answer is we are all accompanying this process and being accompanied by it simultaneously. Anne Baring had mentioned, and I'm just a little quote from her presentation. She said, we participate in a cosmic consciousness that is the source and ground of all consciousness. We participate in this cosmic consciousness. This is what we are infused with and by and informed, as Anneloes puts it, and as Jude talks about the information process. This is what Federico emphasized as well. So there's a lot of common thematic resonance, let's say, or maybe more than resonance, it's the consonance, because it's truly coming into a recognized conscious resonance of these frameworks. There was a lot of talk recently, and particularly, I'm so glad that we had women leading so much of this event. And there's been the talk about what is being born through us. This is something Anneloes brought up. Just to remember, I'm here speaking to you from South America, from Argentina, and the term for womb in Spanish is matriz. Matriz is also the matrix of all life. Forget the movies. I'm talking about what Umberto Maturana also talks about as the matrix of life. But it's also the same word, matriz, as the womb of the universe. So when we talk about the matrix of the cosmos, that ground state, the superfluid quantum field, or the zero-point energy field, or the implicate order, the Akashic field, there's so many ways of expressing this. This is also the womb of life. And so just to share with you with this metaphor that I discussed with Anneloes also many times, that there's a triple birthing going on right now. We are midwifing a new consciousness into being. This is part of the evolution of our species collectively. We are midwifing this collective consciousness, which is based on a connective consciousness, a relational intelligence, where we start to see our interdependence truly. We're midwifing that. So that's one role. But we are also giving birth to a new ways of being. Giving birth to this. This is a sacred process, as Anne has talked about, coming through with great mythological and archetypal patternings, emerging now again as we remember our role in this process. We're midwifing, we are giving birth, and we are also that which is being born, a triple birthing. We are that which is being born. We are not saying, oh, it's for some future generation, you guys do it. How do we live into this? Something that Anneloes asked us in the end of her message, in the end of her presentation, to think about is, how do we bring this into being in our day-to-day interactions, our day-to-day beingness? Keeping that in mind, this process of being both the midwife, the mother, and that which is being born, there is great hope, coming back again to Irvin's original message. This is a time of hope, not of despair. This is a time of emergence, not emergency. This is a time for us to ground what we know in our hearts and know in different ways, the spiritual connections that Amit Goswami was talking about, in the science that we have that affirms our fundamental interconnectedness. So I'm going to pass it now for some final words and wrap up. And just to remind you of two things before I do that, passing it back to Richard. One is, this is the second symposium of the Laszlo Institute. The first, again, was on the new paradigm in politics. The next one, coming in March, is going to be on the new paradigm in consciousness. How is that going to be different from what we've just now been discussing? Tune in and find out. But so we'll leave you with that, and I'll pass you now to Richard.
Thank you, Alexander. It's been a wonderful weekend. I'm honored that I've been able to participate in it. The image I'm left with, the vision I'm left with, is that we're all flowing towards the heart of the cosmos with our minds, our hearts, and our consciousness. And we're all moving towards that unity of the original state of the cosmos. I want to thank all the speakers who have inspired us this weekend. Thank you all. I want to thank our musicians, poets, the Laszlo Institute, and you, the audience, who have given us great feedback and participation, and we thank you for that. So I look forward to the next conference. I'll just say, once again, it's been a pleasure to be here, a pleasure working with all the team at the Laszlo Institute, wonderful group of people. I'm happy to be part of it. Nice to meet so many of you, both presenters and members of the audience. So with that, I'll pass it back to you, Alexander.
Thank you, Richard.
And who's going to give us, I'll just say, I'm going to give us a surprise that he is going to accompany us out of this auditorium musically.
Exactly. So Victoria, who was just saying here that hope to hear my music next time, don't leave yet, because that's exactly what I will do. So now, please feel free to stick around, feel free to leave as the moment calls you. I'm just going to accompany the ending of this symposium with a little bit of music and leave whenever you like. This is just accompanying, let's say, the final credits of the engagement. This is my walking stick flute. So this is the flute that I go on my walks with. It has a turquoise scarab here, which is actually from Irvin's mother, a part of some jewelry she had, which she then bequeathed to me, and I have ensconced it here. And so now let me continue with my flute music for you. Ashe. Thank you so much, everyone. Be well and stay connected. Goodbye from the Laszlo Institute. Thank you again so much.